Hello, everybody. That always happens. I always say, is my microphone even on after I've done the introduction? And then I do this long introduction and nobody heard it. And then everyone hears me out first. I was like, hello. Wait, man. Oh, no, you know what? They can't even hear you, man. Discord is not working. Give me just a sec. Okay, that's what I get for changing channels in Discord. Go ahead.
Do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, so Mouth has been regaling me for the past 30 minutes about
with mindfuck and
how many pages is that thing you wrote?
Let me see. Like, we left it at 196 pages,
okay.
And it's going to keep counting.
Okay, so we're still going.
Yes, we're still going.
Okay, so Final Fantasy Type-0. We started playing this in 2 years ago almost, and
yes.
We kind of put it down for a little bit. Life got crazy in 2023. But we're back. So as you can see, we haven't touched it since December 12th of 2022. I've not logged in since then. So I'm really excited to finish this, especially now with Dawn Trail in hindsight, seeing so many elements of this game and just FNC in general pop up there. And of course, Meowth as always is here to be our FNC guide. So.
I mean, yeah. Right now, like I've always like hopped into the playthrough of the trilogy, of course, that we do have on our YouTube. But we have two versions of it. The first one is Cobb's blind playthrough with me guiding with the lore of the trilogy.
Yeah.
That's the one. If you guys are going to watch it, then go to that one first, because the second one is the lore diving proper with me and a couple other veterans of the 13 trilogy. So you're going to be very confused, because in that one we go full spoilers from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So if you want to first experience it, then
the first hour of the first game is like, remember this part from Lightning Returns?
It is no joke.
And then let's talk about that for an hour.
And yeah, it is no joke. Like, and Dawn Trail, the Dawn Trail's narrative is so much like 13's, especially Line Returns. It's a specific type of narrative called meta-narrative, in which you have to read. You have to basically the narrative treats and goes over the themes later explored in a more minor level. In the beginning, introduces you to these terms to expand to them, bring them back later on in a major conflict and theme later. It's very difficult to read because it requires you to not just be thinking of all the themes ahead and try to guess what can imply in the future, but also you have to. It requires you to go back to where it began after you played or read the entire thing, as to recognize these themes laid out in the beginning. It's difficult to do, and not everyone can do that. It requires training to do, and Dawn Trail hinges on that a lot. That's why so many people are not understanding what the sheer scale of the conflict Dawn Trail is actually setting up. It's massive.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of setup in Dawn Trail, and I think what people don't realize is that it's very much in the vein of ARR also. And a lot of people started playing in this era of, hey, look, it's the Zodiac crater. Sorry.
Kind of.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. But a lot of people don't realize that, they started playing during the payoff era of Final Fantasy XIV, when we started getting the payoffs and the answers and stuff, and we're not in that anymore. We're back in ARR, where they're dropping plot threads that don't go anywhere for 2 years. So
literally, they are going back into RR. Realm Reborn, I can't pronounce RR. They're going back to it in the sense of they're scraping things back from that era. It's amazing.
That too, and I love it. I'm here for it, because That means they're building a new foundation and they're taking the time to do it instead of just rushing a story, which I very much appreciate. So I was really happy with Dawn Trail. It gave me a lot of the things I wanted. A more important aspect of it was it gave me more questions, which I love more than answers. So that's a great thing, and I'm really excited.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't
absolutely.
know where the hell I'm going. I'm trying to go up, but there's a giant mountain range in the way here. And the chocobo ran away. I lost my chocobo. It's foggy out now. Everything is terrible. And there's a barrier in front of the cave. And now I'm in a fight. And I don't know if I have my flute. Do I have my flute? I don't know. No, I don't have my flute. I'm playing as Ren.
That's good. So I'm going to take the chance to talk about certain stuff, and now that you mentioned Rem, of course, without going into spoilers, I can't really tell you why, but
I can tell you she's amazing and record keeper.
She is, and one of the reasons in game, in game Type-0, she is stated to be the most, by far, magically adept cadet in Class 0. This is one of the reasons that, after careful consideration, you know me, I am convinced that there is a theme of Machina and Rem as the Warrior of Light and Emetsuck.
That would be interesting.
You call it interesting because, of course, you have not played through Type-0. If you do what I mean about that, then you wouldn't call it interesting anymore. You would see like, no, okay, it's a dead ringer.
Yes. Yes, I don't want defeat bombs.
So, this is a thought because I don't really want to go much into speculation right now, but I'm inevitably going to go into speculation right now because that's where my mind is at. I've been losing my mind for the past week, so there's that.
I think it's longer than the past week. We've kind of been losing our minds for the past 2 months, really.
Yes,
collectively.
But the real meat of losing my absolute mind a week ago, and it was during our live show, which is I'm not sure if you can spot the moment in that episode which
it's when you went really quiet.
Yes.
Yeah, I do, because usually you laugh a lot, and you didn't, and you just went quiet for like 15 minutes, and I was like, Meowth, are you there? And Meowth, you just do this like silent explosion thing.
Yes.
I'm drinking coffee right now. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, but yeah. No joke. My brain went. Oh, fuck! It was that moment in which I was like, I swear I lost track of what was going on. You asked me like, Meowth, you there? Like, and I was like, what? Sorry, what? I lost track of what you guys were discussing like for 15 minutes.
Right.
So
yeah, I remember that because
totally
I called you out and you were just like, huh? What? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I remember that.
Yes.
I have to apologize because it's been over 2 years since I played this, so and we're starting in the middle where we left off. So I have no idea where I'm going.
It's fine. I mean, we're here for the ride, and we can discuss things regardless. Anyways, it gives me space to discuss all of these things. So, and I actually will say that with all of what's been going on this past week, I need to blur all these thoughts to someone other than Neela, who is likely I dragged into the pits of hellhole speculation because I had no one else in Hanila.
Right.
Yes, I had no one else to blur these thoughts to, because I couldn't freely share them because you're still going through Type-0.
That's true. That's true. And I know you've been kind of exploding and waiting for me. Hey, Neela. Oh, I see. It's very helpful to have a sounding board.
Yeah, what?
Let's see.
I mean,
naked.
yes, because so yeah, like no kidding, Neela. Like one thing is speculating on my own, but because I've had Neela to counter my observations and also add insight to them. It's been like, it's not something like me stuck in my own speculation. I had someone else to polish the edges of it. Mm-hmm. So stuff that I want on my own, I would get stuck on that. And it goes deep. It goes really, really deep. Mm-hmm. And again, you're going to be hearing that from me in the coming months. It's madcap and it's crazy and it sounds and it sounds complete nuts. And if I were to expose these thoughts without context as to where and how we got to there, it sounds stupid. And it's like, how are you thinking this? Well, the how and why is an extensive, exhausting actually work on cross-referencing Final Fantasy titles.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and that's valid because 14 is just an amalgamation of all the other Final Fantasy stories weaved together.
It is indeed. That's the thing. And when people come to me and say, I know this is very usual, that people would tell you that other titles' references are just for the sake of fan service. Some of them are, but this game is built upon the other Final Fantasy titles. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier. A lot of people say, "Oh, Dawn Trail is Final Fantasy IX," but the Final Fantasy IX stuff is really mostly window dressing for Dawn Trail. Like, there's a lot of deeper stuff that is from other Final Fantasy games that people are not catching on to.
So the thing with Alexander is that they made something really intelligent. They took themes, they took the name and the concept of Final Fantasy IX, but they actually hid and connected, especially Alexander, to they made it appear like Final Fantasy IX, but in truth, it's Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah, it really is. It's not Final Fantasy 13. It's Fabula Nova Chrysalis. Like, it's very offensive.
I said Final Fantasy 13 because it's the easy way for people to understand it.
Right.
But it is, of course, I'm not going. So the thing is, there's actually 12 in Dawn Trail 2.
Yeah.
But 12 has always been there. Ivalice. Always been there.
I didn't know.
But 12 in particular. But 12 in particular is even more apparent if you know what 12 is about. And this is something that not many people know because, 12 being the political storyline, being the people complain about, usually about Van and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. You can complain about Van if you want. I really like Van, but it doesn't. It's.
I don't. I hate it. You like Van because of Opera.
Really, so it's actually funny.
Oh, God damn it.
I actually, the first time I met Van as a character was in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2, because he's a character in there, but his character in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2 comes from Revenant Wings, which is actually the proper game Van had as a main character. So, in that aspect, I came to know a Van who's actually a main character, not the player perspective character, even though he plays an important role in 12 as well. But not the protagonist role. I'm sorry, not the main character role. So my knowledge of Van was very much influenced by not knowing him first in 12.
Yeah, that would influence it. I don't know how to fix this. I go to my reserves. Pick Sice because she has Cure. But does anyone have Raise?
So I believe it would be proper to revisit some key terms of Type-0 for your memory's sake and the viewer's sake as well.
I agree.
Okay. So, because we still have to port our playthrough of Type-0 to YouTube because we started streaming this originally only on Twitch.
Yeah,
so we do plan...
Arden is doing that right now, actually.
Yes. So we do have to port there, but still, it must be pointed out that when we first started streaming Type-0, we didn't have Dawntrail in mind. So
that's very true.
It's going to be
it was this cute little game that was part of FNC, and I was like, oh, we should play it. Why not?
Yeah, you wanted to play Type-0 because you had gone through the trilogy and you liked it enough as to be curious about Type-0 proper. That you actually wanted to play Type-0 mostly because you had played 13, or the 13 trilogy. And I was like, of course, it's a great game to play.
Let's be real. I wanted to play Type-0 because Sice is hot. And because I really liked Rem from Record Keeper. And I was like, this game sounds interesting. I like the music. Why not give it a shot? And then after playing 13, I was like, it's part of this universe. Let's check it out. And that's kind of when I was like, okay.
Yes.
All right, so...
But, so, you know the amusing thing, actually. My flowcharts are... the whole thing about the flowcharts is amusing hindsight. So, you know that the 2 months prior to Dawntrail release, I was positing that we would have a 13 theme expansion related to Alag, because Alag has always been using 13 as the basis for it.
Yeah,
yes?
Mostly an aesthetic,
Yes, and monsters and concepts and all that. So I posited that the Eldraine Empire would have, and that would be the expansion in which Final Fantasy 13 would come to be part of all of this. So that was as far as I was willing to allow. In my mind, 2 months ago, they would go into 13. Aside from the fact that Ultima, the whole, I mean, knowing that Ultima is a big part in 16, and so this is something that not many people would catch and not many people are aware. But Final Fantasy 16 is modeled to an astounding degree on Final Fantasy 13, on Fabula Nova Crystallis. If you don't know Fabula Nova Crystallis, you won't catch how much of 13 and Fabula Nova Crystallis is in 16. But I've had fellow Final Fantasy veterans, 13 veterans, play through 16 and be like, this is not even subtle. It's like it's not. It's like it's basically 13 with a gilding plate of 14.
Right.
And also, of course, there's 12 and there's tactics in it because, you know, Yoshi-P and his team, they're basically Matsuno fanboys. But I must admit, very belatedly, I must admit too, that Final Fantasy 16 is also extremely heavily modeled after Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
Okay.
Which is a title that not many people have played, I assume.
I have certainly not. And I need to go through the 12 series again. And I know we talked about this, but I'm waiting on War of the Lions to be on Steam. There's no reason for it not to be.
Yes. And so here's the thing, and it matches great with the theme that is this new arc in Dawntrail. Because this new arc in Dawntrail is basically a new quote-unquote age for Final Fantasy XIV. It's a new arc, it's a new story.
Right.
And it so happens that all the references have been picking up, they are from games after the classical era of Final Fantasy. We have 11, we have 12, we have 13, we have 15, and we have 16. It's all the new age of Final Fantasy.
I would say there are a lot of elements of the prior age. There's a lot of the PlayStation age, but a lot of the sprite age is in it too. I think it's a good mix. It's just what they're leaning into now is a lot of the newer stuff that a lot of people might not necessarily know. There we go.
As of now, of course, in Dawntrail, like Dawntrail as in 7.0, it is they're still hinging on a bit of. That's actually interesting now that you mention it, because the other two titles that from the quote-unquote you could consider the classical era of Final Fantasy, it ends. The fandom basically agrees on that Final Fantasy X was the last Final Fantasy of the old era of. Basically, because it was also 10. After 10, it was when SquareSoft became Square Enix.
Right.
So this also marks the point in which most of the fandom, and technically from a historical point of chronology of Final Fantasy as a franchise of our story, 10 is the end of the old age in the sense of the SquareSoft age, and it becomes the era of Square Enix, right? And it's the point in which most of the fan base had decreed that the Final Fantasy age died. So from 10, from 11 onwards, it's all become, well, not true Final Fantasy, which I believe is stupid, but...
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate.
No, but that's so, I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm saying that's the larger fan base perception of it.
Can we talk about Phantoma and how we're basically stealing people's souls?
Yes, and it would be proper.
Here to help.
Yeah,
it would be proper in the sense that talk about Phantoma. So we talk. I would direct the viewers, and even if you're live or you're watching VOD, to go through, if you have the time, go through the playthrough of the Final Fantasy trilogy. But if you don't have the time, I'm going to make a TLDR version of it. In Forgotten Crystallis, the soul works such as you have the body, you have the soul comprised by the memory and the spirit. The spirit is a wisp of chaos inside the human heart. The memories are basically your experiences, and well, the memories associated to those experiences you feel. There are some symbiotic, which means that that which that you can regrow your spirit, your heart, through your memories, and you can regrow your memories through your spirit or someone else's spirit, actually, or someone else's memories. You can you regrow your own memories if someone else has a memory associated with you. This happens in the end game of Line Returns. Without going into that, Phantoma is the other key point of Oblivion Crystallis, and it's what Type-0 is about. Phantoma, you could describe Phantoma as the soul energy or the life force. It's basically not exactly the memory or the spirit, it's more like the energy by which souls are made.
Okay.
And this Phantoma has a very defined. One of the key points of Phantoma is that it has different colors. You have white Phantoma, you have red Phantoma. You will see that each Phantoma is different colored. So yeah.
Memory 9 has
So-
some similar can be reconstructive stuff going on.
I don't recall that particular point of 9 myself. It's been a long time since I played 9, even though I try to keep my memory on 9 quite fresh, but I don't recall about memory 9 that.
Solution.
But
not
to
final.
be
Oh,
fair,
in 9.
but to be fair,
And then
there is the segment in 9 in which Zidane, in which Garland kind of rips out the soul of Zidane, trying to make him compel us to become the Angel of Death, and it's thanks to the rest of the crew that he sort of regains his sense of self. So I'm not sure if I would call that memory, but definitely has to do with the bonds between people and their memories as comrades and friends. It's perhaps not stated as such, but yeah. And also there's the fact there's that aside from that, there's the whole thing about Memoria, the place in 9. But that's a rabbit hole, right? And also the significance of Memoria in 9. So, living memory is clearly based on Memoria in many things,
yeah,
or at least it's modeled after the concept. Conceptually speaking, is modeled after Memoria. But to be fair, there's not that much of what Memoria is yet that we know in 9, in living memory.
right.
In 9, Memoria is basically a place that, amusingly enough, you reach Memoria through a portal that opens above the Ifa tree, which the Ifa tree is what Everkeep is. Everkeep is modeled after the Ifa tree and works exactly the same actually. You reach Memoria through a portal above the Ifa tree, and you basically have Garland guide Zidane throughout Memoria. It starts at becoming a place in which the memories of the crew are recreated, but it comes to it. The key point of Memoria is that it comes to a moment in which. So there's one scene in which the party witnesses the memory of Alexander being destroyed by the Invisible. And Kina doesn't see it because they weren't part of the They weren't with the party at that point of the story. So
Okay.
Quina doesn't see it because they didn't experience that. That's so the point comes later in the fact that they visit. The crew visits. Comes across a memory of Garnet from when she and her mother fled Madinsari. And Zidane actually sees the memory, and he's like, "But I wasn't there. Why am I seeing this memory myself?" And this is when it comes up that all memories all memories are actually, to a degree, if you trace the memories down, you go deeper, you start finding that they start to weave together, and becomes sort of like the collective memory of mankind.
Okay.
Then you go past the collective memory of mankind, and you go into the collective memory of the world. You start seeing events that happened as not part of the memory of people, but part of memory of the world itself.
Got it.
And you go down, and then you go past that threshold, and you start, and Garland guides them as to the memory of existence itself. And that's the crystal world. There's a crystal which is the embodiment of all the memory, the record of existence itself. And that's what Kuja wants to destroy in his rampage.
Okay.
It goes deep. 9 is deep. 9 itself is it's like an amusing fact of a gilding facade of a cartoonish title, but it's one of the darkest and deepest Final Fantasy entries on the series.
Okay. I mean, that makes
So-
sense. It's a very heavy game because it's pretty much about
It
death.
is. Oh. It's about
Yeah.
death, but it's also about life. That's It's
And,
very existentialist.
Comment on YouTube from Yoga. The end of Pandemonium is a good example of Athena creating Elidibus and her son from her memory. Yeah, absolutely. And just
Well,
kind of
Habrea.
stitching those memories onto drifting souls in the live stream. And what's funny is Alexandria did the same thing she did.
Yes. Yes.
And then
They
Richard-
basically stitch memories on clean souls. Like, there's pandemonium all over Dawntrail, and I'm surprised that people are actually not realizing that it's such. But if you play Pandemonium, and in turn I suppose if you play the Evil is Raised, because if you haven't played Evil is Raised, you don't get the prompt of asking La Habrea about Ultima. It's all tied together. If you have done the Evil is Raised, then you get the tie with Oresight and Ultima. And then, by reference in Pandemonium, even if not directly, they are tying Alexandria and this new arc
Yep.
with Ivalice and Ultima.
I mean,
So-
yeah, that's pretty much the argument our latest video made.
Yeah, and tying it to the Heart of Sabik means that they're tying Ultima to, well,
I mean,
2.0.
You're gonna have to explain that one because I don't see the Heart of Sleep tie into Type-0. But I haven't
No,
finished this game.
2.0, not
okay.
not Type 0.
Got it. I misunderstood. Then yeah, so
It's my atrocious
it's
pronunciation at work.
it's an amazing piece of backloaded storytelling to be able to take something from ARR and make it a relevant plot point, not only now but in the future.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's loaded, and it was so. I don't know if you were. Well, I know you were because I was watching you play right after the moment you went into Heritage Found, which is the moment in which Dawntrail goes the meltdown route.
Yeah, that's
Even
the,
though-
that's the moment
even-
Dawntrail chose violence.
Yes, but it's also unwise to dismiss the right of succession in the terms of the relevance to the story, meaning, by itself, the right of succession is a cute little story about about getting Lamat to the throne of Tuliyoal, but the important parts of the rights of succession storyline is the meta-narrative of it. Again, a difficult thing to read if you're not used to that. What people are saying that the second half of Dawntrail is where things start to happen. It's not so much about, yes, there's a lot happening, of course, but it's the impact of that. It's when the story picks up the action and the what the fuck levels. But that doesn't mean that the first part of Dawntrail is not relevant. It's actually quite relevant.
No, it's absolutely
but
relevant.
not in the sense that people expect the story to play out. Because you have to read foreshadowing for understanding the right of succession. And of course, I'm well aware that I'm missing a lot of things in meta-narratively speaking because we're only at 7.0.
True.
Come the patches, surely it's going to play even more relevant.
Question: do you think we'll see Necron?
We already saw Necron, and that was Meteon.
Technically, yeah, but because I know we were talking about Necron in Shadowbringers because it fit, it really did. But do you think we might see Necron take on another role now that Meteon has been used? Because Meteon is kind of a mix of not the Matea, but whatever they called them from the After Years in 4, and Necron.
Yeah. I mean, yes, but I don't think... I think they should not bring straight up Necron straight from 9 into Final Fantasy 14. the Meteon as a mix of whatever it was in the after years, and Necron is already a good thing to deal with Necron. You don't have to rip out the enemy itself from the original game, because that's what they did with Golbus and Zeramus. And even though they tried to adapt a bit into the narrative of 14, it felt like a cheap rip-off. It feels like a copy-paste, and it doesn't work.
That was the issue I had with the patches. It wasn't adapted fully. It was just, here's Final Fantasy IV in 14, and I get it. They wanted to pay homage, but it just felt very almost lazy.
It felt lazy and very so the game itself, 14 itself, is basically a fan service, but fan service well done. But the Void arc, it was so blatant, and it was like it's as if they were trying to appeal to the 4 fans, and I haven't played 4, so I couldn't care less.
No. 4 is really good. I love Final Fantasy 4.
I don't say it's bad. It's just that I personally myself, to me, it didn't speak. I wasn't excited about that, and to me the Void arc dragged like a wretch across the desert. But again, I am myself aware now that I'm surely missing a lot of stuff because I sort of glossed over the Void arc because I wasn't really interested in the story. But now I feel like I do have to replay it and pay attention to what's going on here.
Right.
And yeah.
How dare. Neela said, Tetsugen shared that in Final Fantasy IX you can travel back in time and that all memories are linked. You can use memories of several people that appear much further back.
I mean, in 9 you don't really exactly travel back in time. You travel back in time, metaphorically speaking, through Memoria.
So it's like
because Garland basically guides Zidane through Memoria, as in going deeper and deeper and deeper into the past of the planet and then into the past of the cosmos itself. So it's not exactly time travel. It's basically the point in which, like, the crystal. So this is actually quite amusing, but I'm going to visit that later. The crystal, which is the logo of Final Fantasy IX, is the original point of all the memory of the world. Memory as in the recorded existence of the world. If you destroy that crystal, the existence ceases to exist because there no longer has a record of that existence. Which is what Kuja was trying to do, is basically returning. It's a form of returning everything to the void, in which there's no life and there's no death.
Sorry, I'm late.
So, the amusing thing of all that, and one of the many connections to 13 and Alexandria, one that many people will actually miss, is that Hope Seidolith, his Idolith is Alexandrian, but Hope Seidolith is actually modeled after Final Fantasy IX's logo and the Crystal of Memory. So there's that. Not something many people would know.
Neela said, unfortunately I lost my 9 saves, so I haven't gotten there myself. Only had that to go off of. That's fair.
Yes, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I played 9. Admittedly, it was a long time ago, but I played 9, and I thoroughly enjoy it. I personally believe, in terms of Final Fantasy titles, you know the usual discussion about which Final Fantasy is the best. My favorite is Final Fantasy 13. Mm-hmm. Well, the trilogy 13. But objectively speaking, I believe 9 is the best. Not because it stands out in everything, but because it's really good in so many aspects. In story, in gameplay, and the handling of the story. And the characters are good as well. So perhaps it's not the best in every single field, but because it's balancing really good quality in all aspects, I believe it's objectively the best. Objectively speaking. Of course, everyone has their favorites, and I'm not going to play favoritism. I'm just saying my personal view on, as unbiased as I can be in this whole thing. I do practice objectivity as much as I can.
see if I can get anywhere. I don't know where I'm going.
I suppose you're basically trying to accomplish a mission or something.
Yeah.
This is fine. I mean, Type-0 is good in the sense that it has a lot of content because you have all these missions and all that stuff to train and level up and all that stuff. But because you have to spend the time given to you, it can get a bit long sometimes. And it may be like there's no action going on, there's no plot going on, but it gives us time to discuss other things, so it's fine.
Yeah, I bumbled my way into
this isn't looking good.
into a cutscene.
I'm not obligated to follow military protocol. I'm out of here.
Very good, says, I kind of want to see more Ozma, if not for 9, but mostly for more Maha and Nimlor. Absolutely. 100%. I want a whole 5th era storyline.
Also, we don't need to give the city back to Rubra.
I'm reading. I'm reading the comments. It's amusing. Sometimes some of them
on the Ultimate video.
Maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We'll regroup at the rear. All troops,
So the thing that's amusing of the Ultimate video, you know, is I was sharing this with Cobb before the stream, and there's a lot of I can't actually tell him before until he clears Type-0 because you know I don't really want to spoil the enjoyment of the plot of this game to him, but it goes deep. What we covered in the Ultimate video is the way I'm right now in terms of speculation level is it's expansions ahead. It's at least certainly one expansion ahead. It feels, I mean, it feels weird to be in this state of mind when everyone around me is speculating about Ronka.
I mean, that was the thing I was speculating about in the Skydeep Cenote. I was like, why is this here? Why is there Ronka? And that's resolved. Like they kind of hand wave it, but at the same time they don't.
No, the thing with Ronka, I think it's less important that people believe they are actually giving it. Not in the sense that it's not important, but I believe the point about Ronka is less about Ronka itself and more about the implications of all of this.
I agree.
It's just a little bit to the mind-blowing puzzle that we're going to face in this, because so here's the thing. They said that they were planning the next arc to be 3 expansions.
Yep.
One of them is of course Dawn's Reign.
Yep.
So that would leave 2 more. And I am I can't say I'm convinced because again, this is all speculation.
I mean, they say 3 expansions, but it could easily be 4. Yes.
Could be 4, yes, but before. But thematically speaking, it makes sense that it would be 3. Again, this is of course, I wouldn't dare to presume I know the minds of the developers, of course. I'm just saying what I can offer. Like, you know, my role in this team is to cross-reference and go deep the rabbit hole.
Yep.
Which, of course...
Which you do very well. Yes, Ayumi. Yes. Oh, that was a great scream. I enjoyed that.
I mean, that's my role in this crew. I am the one that goes down the rabbit hole and does all the cross-referencing, and in turn I accept my fate of getting the looks when I do my job.
It's true. And then 2 years later, an expansion comes out and you're vindicated. That happens every damn time.
Imperial bombs.
Hey, look
So-
at that! I found a thing.
Down the whole city.
So you know the thing, Cop, that we were discussing.
Your assignment remains
I think
unchanged.
Neil and I were
Deactivate the
discussing
bombs
this.
as you carry out your mission.
Things that we've speculated when we started the story and before Endwalker are coming up
Yeah.
an expansion later. And it was one of the things that led me think, have we been speculating expansions ahead all this time?
Maybe. And that's kind of why, like, I felt crazy a little bit. after what was it, Endwalker,
Yes.
because I was like, this is a multiverse, and Yoshiki was like, it's a time warp. And I was like, but the game says it's a multiverse. And now, 2 years later, he comes out and he's like, yeah, it's a multiverse. And I'm like, that's what the game said.
Yeah, but of course, the thing with developers is like, from a content creator's standpoint, I'm a concept artist and I dabble in creative writing. I have some training as a senior writer, so I know how this works. And when you're basically in a project that you're basically developing in stage, you can't give the players the answers, and more often than not, you will misdirect them because you want them to be surprised. There's an element of surprise in narrative, of course. There has to be. You have to give the readers or the players with an impact. You can't, like, when people come asking at you something, they're hitting a plot point that you don't want to be revealed yet. You're going to misdirect.
Yeah.
You can't, and sometimes you will lie to them. Sometimes you will, how do you say it? Sometimes you will
Misdirect, lie.
point them in other direction,
Yeah.
and their attention will be consumed by other thing instead of the plot point you're trying to save as to make the impact. So it's a complicated game to play.
It's still ticking, and I don't like that.
So of course the developers are going to clue you in, but you don't have to trust them, in the sense of something that we usually do is,
like, I don't even
sometimes-
really consider developer interviews canonical, because a lot of times they don't really have the full picture, as weird as that sounds. But just because they intend one thing, if the game is presenting something else, or if the work is presenting something else, then it's that other thing.
I'm here to help.
Like, regardless of what their intentions may be.
yeah, but that's deliberate, because you don't want the players to basically spoil your work. So you will misdirect them as to, and if you can't outright say it's a lie, you will leave them with this I would call the it's a to-go answer. Like, instead of replying to their question, you're going to be like, what do you think?
Yeah. And Majuga says, I can see Mirror City next, but after that I really want the 13th to get its own expansion and not side content. Absolutely. 13th should be its own expansion, especially with the Void Quests and the possibility of dunking Eden into the 13th. That needs to not be side quest stuff, because that is not side quest stuff.
I don't want to rain your parade, but I think that ship has sailed for now. And I don't expect it to come back in this arc.
For now.
For now, it could be for the next arc, in which I think the next arc will be the shard exploration, as in the next story arc, but not in the way people think it will be. I think they're going to pull an interesting twist on that, and it would make sense considering Final Fantasy XI. As few as there's not much I think about 11, but this plot point I do know.
As far
However,
as the shards for me, I think that we'll get to go to other shards, but we're not going to get to go to other shards now. I think we're going to get to go to other shards and other times.
but I don't think it's going to happen in this story arc. And this for two expansions, it's not going to happen. I think Mercedia, I'm actually fairly convinced in fact, that Mercedia will be 9.0.
Okay. Let's put that down, 9.0. Bet.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet actually.
Alright. Meowth bets that Mirror City will be 9.0. So, does that mean that 8.0 is going to be Ilsabard? Yeah, please clip that.
Clip that. My bet on And my bet on 8.0 is Ilsabard, but not in the way people think it will be.
I think Ilsabard is going to be part of Mirror City because we'll get Kordos and Mirror City. Or what is it, Locust?
Do you want the full speculation I'm working with?
Sure. I mean, we're
8.0 is going to be Ilsabard, but in the 8th Umbral Calamity era.
Oh, that would be cool. I would love that. And the automated.
Because
little Roombas attack
from a practical standpoint, as the base game itself, it would give leeway to the developers to leave Ilsabard as it is currently in our time, but we can explore Ilsabard in a different timeline because we've been like in different areas of Ilsabard to a degree, but going into the 8th Umbral Calamity era in Ilsabard would give leeway to explore a different version of Ilsabard. And we could have an uncloud Ilsabard version.
That would be nice. It's like, Ayumi says, give me Southern Oathard. Yeah, we need Southern Oathard.
Could be.
Honestly,
yeah.
we need Southern Oathard, and we need, oh god, what's... Not Yangsha, but the other one.
Naxia.
Naxia. We need Naxia. And not in a dungeon.
I mean, I think it's possible.
It
because
really pissed me off when they did half of Aldenard, but it's just a dungeon. Naxia, yeah.
yeah, that's actually true. But you know the thing.
Let me help.
I think you know something interesting. If we get to go to Ilsabard, we are inevitably going to treat Ivalice. Inevitably,
Yeah.
it's Ilsabard is
there's-
part of the
there-
whole thing of Ivalice.
There are so many plot threads left open from Ivalice, it's not even funny. Like, the whole Queen of Shelia plotline is still open.
I don't think they're going to touch that on MSQ because it would be messy. We will have to play Volgia, and I believe they're going to leave that to optional content.
Oh, yeah, because they've never done that before.
One thing is there's a difference between including mandatory content as a raid, which they did with the Crystal Tower raids, and making relic weapon content mandatory. There's a big difference. But one
think
thing
it
is,
I think at least a condensed version that people can do, if they make it mandatory, will be a thing.
I mean, could be. I'm not willing to bet on that.
Okay.
But I'm willing to bet on Ilsabard and the 8th Umbral Calamity for appropriately 8.0.
I like how this has just turned into a Final Fantasy XIV conversation in the middle of Type-0.
You're going into fighting people on the streets and not what's happening.
They gave me 3 days that I have to kill, so I might as well murder people.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what the funny thing is? I haven't killed anyone. I don't remember anyone that I've killed.
I mean, yeah.
It is my fault for most things. Thank you, second place.
Gotcha.
I have no idea where I'm going here.
But the thing, so I mean, we can keep betting actually if you want.
Want to keep, but what are we betting?
I don't know.
Like, okay. If you're wrong, you have to write a script.
I'm willing to write so many scripts. That's not even a threat.
Okay.
Perhaps the bet would have me narrating the script. That would be a different thing.
Okay.
Which again would be your loss, not mine. You would be the ones having to deal with my accent. So there's that.
She looks very cold. There we go. So.
But yeah, I'm up for keep betting. We can make a game of that. But actually, I'm actually serious.
Yeah, Dragoon is an optional job, but we get to see a Stinian in the MSQ. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah.
And we've seen so many side quest things come into main quest, and that's why I've said for years that there is no side content in Final Fantasy XIV. Like everything comes back to MSQ.
Yeah, and inevitably an expansion based on Ilsabar will have tons of 12 on tactics, which is absolutely enticing to me, actually.
Yeah,
But again, you want me to keep betting? I can take this a game. I'm not really so.
I have to ask.
Pride.
What
Yeah.
the drink you posted earlier, was that a grapefruit tea with boba?
It was a fruit boba tea. It
Okay.
was passion fruit,
Okay.
coconut jelly, lime, and orange.
It looked
with
really good.
boba.
I was like, man, I
It's
really want
really
that.
good.
Okay.
Come to Spain and I will treat you to it.
Alright, I want to find out what BBT is. It's nothing.
So yeah, don't go into the fucking
The gathering quests. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Dawn Trail had a mining custom delivery quest that went into Vera lore and some of the backstory behind the meteors that fell in Yaktel. And Arden brings up a very good point. I mean, we have to do a Yaktel video. Like, there's no question. Because there's so much there. And there's a lot there that makes me go, that's kind of interesting. Why is this here?
So Nila, would you? I mean, I'm here speaking, so it's kind of impractical. But Nila brought up, so I will do the talking instead of forcing Nila to do it.
Okay.
But Nila pointed out something in the new, what's it? Treasure maps, I think. The new treasure maps.
I haven't done them yet.
Dungeon.
Okay.
Well, without going into spoilers, apparently.
I mean, you can spoil the treasure map dungeon. That's not a spoiler.
I suppose, but there's a lot of very interesting symbolism, iconography in there, but also the fact that to travel between areas we turn into butterflies. Now, butterflies are loaded in many ways as what they mean, symbolically speaking.
Right.
Which is again one of my specialties in this fucking team. I go down the symbolism. I go down the symbolism rabbit hole, and then I get told that I am far-reaching, but fine. I have exactly.
That's me. I'm like, I don't know, and then it happens 2 years later, and I'm like, all right, let's see what this is all about.
Tis my meager lot in this life. That's it's my role. I'm here to bear the punches of everyone else.
I mean,
And
you're the 13 fan, so you should be used to it.
I am used to that. Yes. My skin is really toughened up.
I have
so
to
I can
stand here now. I understand.
So, my skin is toughened up to levels people don't understand. So there's that.
Get to the other side.
So I lost my. The butterflies. So butterflies. We brought that up, jokingly speaking, to almost as a joke that the first thing we do after we arrive in our place is killing butterflies.
Yeah, which was terrifying, or not terrifying, but horrifying. Because like, let's immediately kill these butterflies, which is what creates our own timeline. We're responsible.
Yes.
We create ourselves. We are essentially a giant paradox. Yes, I know you're laughing, and that's very intentional. Because I've been saying since Endwalker dropped, we're gonna have to have an expansion to fix the timeline, because the timeline is fucked right now.
You do know how it ends in 13.2, right?
I do, and I kind of want something similar, not for like shock value, but you know what? Let's give some other people some room.
Yeah, well, and in fact, the fact in 13.2, spoiler alert, if you want to check the 13 videos, if you want to go blind into it, then not listen to me. But I'm going to inevitably ramble about 13 here. The fact in 13 too that the timeline broke and the world ushered in its end is the player's fault.
Yeah.
Literally.
In 14 though, it's Alexander's fault, but we keep creating these timelines, and it was very much apparent in Elvis.
Yes.
Yeah, timeline. Exactly.
There is a concept. So now that Ayumi's here, there is a concept in Drakengard and the Drakengard series. So Ayumi, before you say anything, I am convinced now that the references I've been picking up are not coincidence. I think they're deliberate. Not because the 14 has anything to do with Drakengard here. I'm talking about building up a plot. So I'm not listening to you saying madcap. I am madcap and crazy, but not. I'm. So I'm going to say. In narrative, we say once is a coincidence, twice is reiteration. This is something that happens in Dawn Trail when first we get mentioned the concept of without asking an Asian, we don't have any way of knowing what's going on here. This is something said in Dawn Trail, which could be something of a throwaway line, but it's reiterated later on, almost in a very identical way. This is the thing I mean with reiteration. Once could be coincidence. Twice, that's deliberate. So when I'm talking about Drakengard stuff, this is the point in which I'm like, this is no coincidence. This is no coincidence. There is a reference going on here. So you will allow me and call me whatever you want to call me. Yes, no, I'm serious. At this point, I don't give a fuck.
I love it.
In Drakengard, that's Deuce, not Ren, but yeah.
That's the joke, Cypher, is that her playing is so bad that people just die.
Yeah. So the thing about Drakengard, there's a concept in both Drakengard and Nier that's called the singularities. Singularities are persons, special people, that can create a branch in the timeline.
That's us.
That's us, yes.
Yes, you know the song. All the singularities, yeah.
So
I'm gonna stop now. I'm just gonna
that's one for starters. So if we are a singularity, then we are capable of creating branches in the timeline. How many people can do that? That's the question.
Square Enix probably accidentally stepped on the Drakengard banana twice.
I'm not sure if it's
accidentally.
Accidentally, I'm questioning it right now, especially because in 16 there is a deliberate reference to the flower of Drakengard.
The lunar tear?
So painful. Not the.
Oh, that's Nier. Oh no, you mean the parasitic flower?
Yes, but the lunar tear on itself is sort of modeled after the flower.
Yeah.
So there's.
No, not lunar tear.
There's a bit of mixing here.
The parasite that gets into Zero.
Yes.
And the flower that one world was waging war against in Reincarnation. That was basically consuming their world.
Yes. So, which actually we got to fight a representation of that fucking flower in the Nier raids in Shadowbringers, and you don't have any idea of the danger the first averted.
It was
no idea.
It was a metal version of it, but yeah.
Yes, but still.
I found where I'm supposed to be.
Good. It only took you 1 hour, perhaps.
Probably about that.
We will have to revisit Drakeneer again, you and I, Yumi. Yeah, one brain cell there. But yeah, we do have to visit that. Especially because Dawn Trail and the Alexandria and the Endless. I have a Yumi yelling at me in the Discord server, pinging me. Yeah! The whole thing about Otis, you're talking about Gestalt and replicants, and I had a Yumi ping me like.
Basically, yeah. We should make another.
You really do have to. And yeah. And again, the fact that we've been talking about the relevance of Shadowbringers and all this. And the fact that it was in Shadowbringers that we got the Nier Raid series, it fits so well. As in, not that the Nier and the Drakengard universe have to do with this, but rather that this is part of the skeleton they're building, what's going to happen, or what's happening now. I know, again, madcap and crazy, but I think it's going to become a meme at this point.
This is literally right here. This is why I play Nukes, because there's a war going on and she's just skipping around playing flute. And I'm like, this is the best.
And killing people with the flute.
She didn't kill anyone. I don't remember anyone who died.
True. I mean, yeah. I suppose you're not guilty of murder if no one remembers that you murdered anyone.
Exactly. Nothing happened. We should probably explain that for people who don't know what we're talking about.
Right. So, anyway.
So the entire thing about Alexandria, when people forget that someone lived after they die, is from this game.
Yes. Memories from the dead taken from the living is straight up from Type-0. Again, this is not only from this game in the sense of this is something that Bunnyville in Lightning Returns tried to do by destroying the souls of the dead. In the sense that destroying the souls of the dead would make the living forget they ever existed. Of course, this is averted in the 13th trilogy itself, but an extremely similar effect is in play in Type-0, in the sense that the memories of the departed are taken by the crystals of each nation of Orients as to make the living carry on and move forward without grief and the sense of grief and mourning. So yeah, that's straight up taken from Type-0. The amusing thing is that I actually loosely speculated that as this theme happening in the coming story, but I did not what I found out is that it was not a loose reference to Type-0, but I believe Type-0 is going to be the overarching background bone of the Fabula Universalis series, tying this arc together, which would make sense actually, in the sense that Type-0 is like this outlier source of lore. But,
I mean, it's one of the major songs in Type-0 is in the theme for Origenics, so it's not subtle.
So you know that reading through the channels as we went through Dawn Trail, especially Ayuma and I, is a show. But
watching everything melt down.
You have no idea. But the thing that with Origenics, you know, I pay attention to music usually. Mm-hmm. I'm no expert in musicology myself, but I do have a friend that is a musicologist. You know her, it's Cecilia.
Yeah.
He says. She is a musicologist, so when it comes to these sort of things, I usually consult with her because first and foremost, she has pitch perfect, so it's also a help in that regard that she gets the what she calls the biz, as in a reference to another song, woven into another well, references and all that stuff. She picks them up, so I trust her judgment out. The thing is, I was when I was playing myself for Genix, when the music got the Type-0 part, I was stun locked for like 5 minutes in the spot.
I'm sure.
I did not expect at all that the Soken and his team would
went there.
Divine Fire into Organics.
Yeah.
I was floored. I did not expect that. And it's enough of an obscure reference because not many people have played through Type-0. How many people do you think they would be able to recognize Type-0's theme, musically speaking, into that?
2.
That's fair. I mean, says
Because like nobody played it because it was a PSP game. And people were like,
it was ported.
it was
later
ported
on
too.
PS4.
Yeah, but I mean, not a lot of people played it.
Yes.
And then I had a friend, and he was like, "Oh my God, Type-0 is amazing. You have to play this game." And I was like, I don't know. And now here I am playing.
So you were with 13.
So yeah, Tintin asked, "Wait, which song was it?"
So Origenics is, if you want to look for it, the name of the song is Anatomy of Existence, which is a loaded title, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But and the song you want to check for in Type-0 is called it's actually a theme that repeats many times, but for a good reference of it, Divine Fire.
I never heard anything about that.
Vermilion Fire as well, but Divine Fire
that was the real
in
mission.
particular.
What do you
This is difficult to
sounds
explain.
like
if
she's
you don't
saying
have
we
a
were just
train ear in music,
And Class
perhaps you
Zero
will
was
miss it
given the
because it's
real
not the
assignment.
exact same
Is there
melody.
some kind of
But
problem?
I am going to explain this
Not with
bad
you.
because I'm not musicologist. I will have to drag Cess
Well,
into
let's go
this
see the
to
commander
explain
and get some
proper
answers.
what's going on here.
What?
So,
We gotta get in a fight with our commander again?
It's
Oh, right.
so it's not
Thanks for your
exactly
help,
the
Class
same
Zero
thing,
guy. I
but
look
Cess
forward
would
to
say
working with you
it's
again.
the same key.
Good day.
It's the same musical key.
It's the exact same.
With the notes rearranged.
To the point
which is
where
what you do with
to the point where I picked it out. I was like, "This is Type-0."
Yes.
It's like
That's-
saying
yeah.
it's the same leitmotif, and basically it could fit in this game, and you would never know the difference.
Yes.
Oh my God,
And
what's that
it's
on?
technically speaking, it fits with Soken's style in a sense that you perhaps, I know people who would go into that song and say, if you have played 16, you would say, "Oh, this is real. This sounds like the tracks from 16."
That's
yeah,
because
but-
Soken loves all male choirs, and the only other Final Fantasy game that ever used that was this game.
Yes. I mean, not all. I mean,
Yeah, what?
13 uses many, but it's a mixed choir actually. But there's female and male chorus, but chorus. There's a particular theme in Nier Automata that uses male chorus, which is Morning. It's one of my favorite tracks in Automata's
Oh, I agree. Morning is
Automata
fantastic.
soundtrack. It's fantastic, absolutely amazing.
No remote. Go away.
So yeah.
I'm looking for the
Again.
balcony, and you know exactly why. Oh, look, I burned 2 days. Excellent.
Excellent. So, the thing, so there's, this is difficult to explain. In 13, the soundtrack is narrative on itself. So if the game, if 14 is delving into Fabula Nova Crystallis, I would say start to pay attention to music, because the music is going to tell you a story as well. it's not as if it's not already been doing that, but music is a key part of the storytelling of 13 and Type-0. So start paying attention to that.
You eat yet?
Again, Cobb, one thing. 9. But one thing that I should have brought up, we do have to go through the lyrics of Shadowbringers again.
Yeah.
Like, really.
I mean, you've been saying we need to go back through Shadowbringers as a whole.
We do, yes. We do have to go.
Such a lovely
So
sound.
here is my hashtag for everything after Dawn Trail. Replay Shadowbringers. Like, seriously, replay Shadowbringers. I am honestly surprised at how many things of Shadowbringers the fanbase has forgotten. Like, really, I don't. It's like, for all the praise Shadowbringers gets, it feels like as the fanbase has forgotten the events of Shadowbringers.
I don't know what I did. Oh, I have Phantoma now. Lots of Phantoma.
Yeah, basically Phantoma is used in the game to power up your magic, basically.
I like it.
Which makes sense, I suppose, because soul energy is made from chaos, and chaos in the Fabula Nova Crystallis series is the origin of magic.
Since it
Crystals.
says there's a lot of plot holes in the Final Fantasy XIV that the team don't want to fill. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call them plot holes. I would just call them open-ended plot threads. Endwalker, though, opened up a whole lot of holes. That was kind of the reason I wasn't a huge fan of Endwalker. Because up until then, the storytelling was extremely tight.
Yes, but now, so here's the thing. Neela and I have been discussing how deliberate of how fortuitous may have been. Neela is inclined to believe that they originally backed down from the original idea they had for Endwalker.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, they did. They absolutely did.
I mean, we know that they did. But he also says that the coming Dawn Trail, they may have stumbled upon a narrative that defies Endwalker. I'm inclined to believe this the way, and that doesn't mean that the writers are bad at their jobs. In fact, it says a lot that the writer may have fumbled a storyline, but they decide to go over it and stumble upon a better narrative. Narrative is not something you come up with in terms of you're enlightened and you come up with the best storyline ever. But I think it's important in terms of narrative crafting, and it shows your true character and your quality as a writer, that you can redirect a plotline that perhaps has been floundering, if it makes sense. And it doesn't diminish the value of the narrative if you can redirect and make it work better. Especially in MMOs, because MMOs you have to bear in mind that there are true. There is MMOs are ongoing games and storylines, so you're bound to have to build upon your plot lines. It's almost impossible to build a plot line from scratch in an MMO. You would have to be truly galaxy brain, and that's not how it works. So
Tintin says one plot hole stuck in their mind is the longest is Sid's goggles are given to him by the Warrior of Light somehow through the Echo. Because that's how the Echo worked in 1.0, where it was you could actually influence the past. It wasn't just like being able to witness what was going on. So yeah, not a fan.
they could actually, revisit that in a new context, as of where my speculation may be leading us.
Yeah.
Again, it's my speculation, but so it's the thing. It's the thing I was telling you earlier. If I were to tell you right now where I am at, and Mila for that matter, I suppose, because we kind of drag each other down the pit.
Yeah, sure.
If I tell you the conclusions I have reached now without context, you would say Meow has lost her mind.
Probably, yes. And
which I don't think it's wrong either.
It's Pepe
but...
Sylvia. Pepe Sylvia.
But the thing is, the core point of my conclusions right now is how we reach that conclusion.
Yeah.
It's the drive file I've been compiling. It's not about the conclusions. It's about the conversation, how we reach this point. Right. Because we reach conclusions based on studying, cross-referencing Final Fantasy titles, cross-referencing in-game materials, and going into there's a lot of work in terms of abstract concepts, which is another difficult thing to explain. Like you wouldn't know why alchemy is so important as without knowledge about the concept itself.
Right.
But yeah, it's a difficult thing to explain, and that's why the conversation itself. I could just jot down the conclusions and be done with it. But without the context of how we reach that's the crucial point.
Okay. Yeah, Tintin says it's great for new players when most of their questions do already have answers, except for us who have to wait. Yeah, that's the pain of being current. But I'll counter that with it's kind of exciting because then this is the port where we get to speculate, and once we have answers, we don't get to do that anymore. And we're kind of in a weird spot where we are right now is usually where we are right before a new expansion, not after one dropped. So I'm actually really happy that we have these questions.
Cobb, I need an input. If you know, were we in 1.0 or the Warrior Flight was in 1.0 affected or called by Heidelin?
I didn't play 1.0.
Okay, yeah.
Neela might know.
Okay.
And that's your assumption. Hope Neela played 1.0.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't really want to say they dropped Legacy because I'm not sure to what extent Legacy may be relevant here or not. The fact that they reference the 1.0 in Endwalker is interesting as the choice, which implies that they have not forgotten about 1.0. But
I mean, we know
it's a difficult thing to say. I mean, yeah, but it's kind of difficult.
But they reference 1.0 even in Shadowbringers.
Yeah, I know. It's but the implications of all that is complicated.
I don't think it's that complicated. It's nice.
I mean,
it's nice that they maintain that kind of continuity.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Something about Mother making sure we need to see what we need or something. I remember from the cutscenes we have echo visions.
That's not ominous at all, you know, with the thing I actually share with you before we start the streaming.
Right. Hey, I made it to Jabama. Oh, it's hot here. I do not want to be on foot. Here. Does anyone live here? Oh my god, a green chocobo! I need it. How do I get up here? Yeah. I'm gonna run that thing down. Where'd it go? Oh, you little bastard. Vanished.
So, now since we're still burning time in game itself,
Yeah.
I do hope to pick up into the game. I'm in no rush. You know how I am. I basically live nighttime, my
Right.
time. So I'm in no rush about
So
that.
we should
But-
probably talk about the Earth Crystal Kingdom and how it used to be in this crater.
So, yeah. Or the world of Oriens is, well, not world, it's a realm. There's actually a continent west to Oriens, which actually is interesting. This never made into the game itself, but I was poring over really ancient and obscure interviews. Like, Cobb, I'm not kidding you when I say I've been doing my homework.
Mm-hmm.
Like, levels of work I haven't done in almost a decade.
Excellent.
So I was poring over really old interviews about Type-0, and apparently in the world building as they crafted this
What?
world.
What? Why? What? Why did I just? What?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
no,
that's-
that was fucking random. Why is that crystal there? Aside from Kunmi destroyed the kingdom.
Yes. Well, back to what I was saying.
Yes, you've been doing a lot of
Okay.
homework, more so than you've done
Yes.
in the past few years.
Yeah. Which is a lot, actually. You don't know how. You don't know. Well, I suppose you can imagine, but not many people would know my level of work for Fabula Nova Crystallis. If you get some information about Fabula Nova Crystallis in terms of deep lore, odds are at least part of it is taken from my work. I'm going to leave it at that. So, but that's something I never felt the need to bring that up as in lore lines, given that this is a 14 podcast and whatever I have done, don't bring that announcement right now. Don't, please, Ayumi, don't distract me
What?
more than I already
What?
am.
What did I miss? Do I know?
So, Ayumi, can you DM or link Cobb to it? I don't really want to miss my place right now because, well. So, I was saying, originally in the world of Type-0, which is a world, basically one of the worlds made by Pulse and Lindsay, basically. There is a western continent to Oriens, and one of the plots of so there's four crystals in Oriens in the
Right.
four nations of it. And there was supposed to be a fifth one in the western continent, a black crystal.
Okay.
We don't really know what this black crystal would have been about. Don't distract me, Ayumi, fuck's sake.
Darkness.
But it's interesting in the sense that I don't really want to. Well, it's inevitable that I'm going to separate things to Dawn Trail as of now, but Western Continent means it would be an equivalent to Turel. So it brings Black Crystal brings to mind Electrode. and my theories about what Electrope may be.
I would love to hear that, because Electrope is kind of this weird thing that we know almost nothing about.
If I say what I think Electrope is,
Are we gonna lock you up? Are we gonna think you're crazy?
Without context, you're
Is
likely going to think I'm crazy.
Is it blood?
No, I think it's Orasite, but not Ultima's Orasite. However, I do believe it's deity origin or Lucavi origin Orasite.
Okay. That would be really interesting.
And it would be a form of Orasite that doesn't manipulate Dynamis, but instead manipulates Ether.
Right. Well, I mean, Orasite doesn't really manipulate Dynamis. The defining trait of Orasite is that it serves as its own power source.
Yes.
So.
But yes, I think white Orasite, in the sense of the white Orasite that Ultima creates, is powered by Dynamis.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, wishes and desires. That's pretty much the description of how Dynamis works.
Yeah, kind of.
And I think the other kind of Orasite that's not Ultima Orasite, but it's... I would
these
not
green
make
ones
a
are
bet.
fast. I like them. I want more green chocobos. Sorry.
yeah. White Orasite, with quote unquote, not as the white Orasite the Scions create, but I believe that the fact that they created the white Orasite is going to have relevance in the sense of meta-narrative again, or retroactive meta-narrative, which is another sort of fuckery going on in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Electrope, quote-unquote Electrope, is not just subject to lightning ether. It's just the people of the 12, I believe they called it Electrope because for them it worked for their ongoing lightning thing. Right. So for them it was easier to convert lightning energy into other elements. But I believe it can. I believe it's a material that can do that with any sort of element into another different element.
Majoga says, I think it was created by the Ascians. Even though we're done with the Ascian story, doesn't mean they didn't already plant the seeds of destruction on each remaining shard. I absolutely think they had plans in motion on each shard. I'm not convinced the Ascians made Electrope, though.
No,
but if they did, it would have had to have been either La Habrea or Emmett Selk, and Emmett Selk's the only one that really makes sense. Because La Habrea.
Talking about this sounds again madcap and crazy, but
okay. You know what? This is the place to go full crazy. Like,
I suppose
it's okay.
It is. Yes,
you can go loony here. It's fine.
Good work.
Okay. Again, for the viewers, all I say, I know it's a speculation. So you feel free to not believe me, think I'm crazy, or counter my observations. Which is actually a good exercise. I do encourage people when I'm an advocate for open debate and discourse. So in the sense that you can't grow wiser and have a broader view if you don't challenge your own views on a regular basis. Because if not, you're going to be stuck on an echo in an echo chamber, and that's the bane or the bane of that's.
I'm sorry. Tintin said the bonker the cooking, the better the meal. That's so true.
It's my job in this team.
I love it. I love it.
Okay. So, I believe, of course, again, reiterate, this is my belief. I do have a process as to why I reached this conclusion, but I want to reiterate that it would get really deep, and we don't have the time for that. If any of you are interested in all of this, I am willing to share the drive with you, but again, be warned, it's over 200 pages. So,
it's true. 100, yeah. Well, you said 196.
Yes, but I'm going to keep screenshotting after this stream, so it's going to be over 200.
Hey, Zent, how are you doing? No one said Emia. The only thing we ever said was Mom.
Yes. I mean, kind of the same, you know. But again, please feel free to hit me up if you want to check this whole thing. All I can tell you now, as of now, and I know I'm missing things because my weak point in all this is Final Fantasy XI, which is why I need Arden and Aeneas to go over this.
Yeah. And we are going to have the 11 episode. I put it on the calendar and I completely lost it.
Yeah.
I'm Bobo the Fool.
But yeah. Anyways, my point is, if you want to know about why I'm thinking this way, please, if you're interested and you're willing to read through all those unholy amount of pages of speculation, do feel free to hit me up, and be also warned as to, in the sense that I will be likely updating this conversation as it goes on. So if you want to keep the drive and keep checking on that on a regular basis, I'm up for that. It's like, the problem is that it goes so deep, it's difficult to, and it's like, please don't ask me to repeat this again myself. It's a lot. So
Zent, we went to the terrace. We looked for her. She's not there right now, but we will find her. And then, that's all.
So again, like right now, in as of now, I can tell you more like the conclusions and not exactly the reasoning. So if you ask me something and what I believe, I will tell you likely and also specify my current conclusion. This is subject to be developing as I muse over it more about that.
Hey.
So please don't take what I'm saying right now as something that's going to, like, the absolute truth. I know myself that it's likely going to be subject to revision myself, but yeah.
Oh my god, Neela is asking who, not Emina. Yes.
Emina.
Emina, not Enema. Yeah. Oh, the Chocobo Ranch. All right, so I'm convinced now the Chocobo Ranch exists in Shalawani.
Do they have chocobos in Toronto? I mean,
No,
they have alpacas.
they don't, but both have prog rock anthems. And based solely on that. Give me my babies!
So you mean that the fact that they have cowboy sex music is equivalent to breeding?
It's not cowboy sex music. How dare you?
It's Brokeback Mountain all over
No.
again.
No, you are wrong. I need to find a way to kill 8 hours. Meowth, how do I kill 8 hours? Yeah, I was also not expecting to hear the phrase cowboy sex music today. Thank you for that, Meowth. It's been a while since we've killed you with laughter, so... You're due.
I mean, I suppose it's one of the... Now that you mentioned the whole thing about laughter, it's one of the indications. I do laugh a lot. It's one of my... I don't know if it's flaws or virtues, I don't know. I have a really easy laughter, but I think that's one of the things that you were pointing out. The moment I actually had a meltdown live, it's the moment I went really quiet for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I know, I'm not kidding. It was a major meltdown. It was the moment. It was one of those moments I was like, it's just the moment it was the brain exploding, and I was like, oh. Fuck.
Who told you this was a family-friendly stream? Not a family-friendly stream.
Listen, Cobb.
I have to select not made for kids on every single video on YouTube.
So, Cobb, it's 3 a.m. my time, so late night hours for me. All right.
Okay.
I'm excused by virtue of being in Spain. I'm in the future. I live in the future.
You are in the future.
The future is now.
Okay. That killed no time at all.
Again, I lost my place again, but
it's fine. And I agree, Zent. That clip does need to be in the videos channel.
So yeah.
Sorcery.
Problem.
Ooh, tasks.
You
yes.
look well.
Creepy.
Are you sure?
Finish them though. What about this guy? Okay.
So I was going about Electro.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we were talking about Electro.
Electro.
Before you were so rudely interrupted by Cowboy sex.
Music, yeah. That's going to become another meme. All right. So, okay, Electrope. I think you could call it a black orsite, perhaps. I do think it's related to ether, and I do think it's let's call it de-facted. I'm hesitant to call it divine origin, but let's call it like that for now. Divine origin.
Just a sec, really quick. So keep talking. I gotta do something real quick.
Okay, so I think. So this. I'm going to assume every one of you has watched the Ultima video we posted, right? So we went a bit over evolution lore, as in Final Fantasy XII bestiary entries on Ultima herself.
Right.
And there's one, I'm actually grateful that when I wrote the part of the script about the 12 thing in Ivalice, I'm actually really grateful that I made the point that I had the good sense of sorts of including the fact that Zodiark is directly opposed to her in evolution lore, and that he is almost a bit like the outlier rogue Lucavi in the sense that he never took part of Ultima's schemings. I'm actually grateful for that right now, because I am led to believe that for a number of reasons black orsite comes from Zodiark, not primal Zodiark, but Scion bar Lucavi bar whatever Zodiark, which would be his Final Fantasy XII incarnation.
I gotta go get Cyan Phantom.
I mean, yes, the Espers in evolution lore, they are not technically called. They are called Espers, and they become some of them become the Lucavi by the time of Final Fantasy Tactics. Those would be the ones who sided with Ultima. But all of them, they are actually called Scions properly in evolution lore. The Scions of Darkness and the Scions of Light. The Asians are named after the Scions of Light, which are which we never get to see in evolution in the evolution games. We don't get to see the opposites after which the Asians are named, which is actually something interesting. We only get to interact with the Scions of Darkness, as in the espers that we collect. So, my theory is that Black Oracite, so to speak, is the Oracite created by Zodiac, or Zodiac origin Oracite, and that would be what we call Electrope. It's interesting, you see. It's a really suspicious point that when we get First Resolution 9, we sort of leave out hanging the possibility that Electrope is something that's not only in the 12th, but also in the source. But we don't know what else is in the source. And I would say, you know the thing. So.
Okay.
I'm kind of spacing out because as I am telling you this, I'm also making connection myself. It's an awful point. It place to be right now. So, to keep it simple, I believe Black Oracite, if you want to call it, it would be
You traitorous bird.
It would be converting ether instead of Dynamis. The closest thing to Electrope we have in game, to at least raw Electrope, are the Allegan ruins, well, Allegan quote-unquote ruins in the steppe, you know, the House of the Crooked Coin. Visually it looks eerily similar to raw Electrope. And that's loaded on itself. But I don't
You're mine.
think so. Send the thing you pointed out: negative Dynamis and White Oracite, positive Dynamis. In the West, in Western culture, it's kind of the custom to associate white with the pure and positive, and black with the negative and corrupt. This is very much a cultural thing. So don't get too hung up in concepts as such, because Shadowbringers already defied it the first time. This is one of the reasons I again replay Shadowbringers. The fact that they turned the whole thing about what we believed darkness was, and it was actually the force of growth and life, and light the force of stasis and decay, in a sense. Not decay perhaps, but rather, I'm not sure I would call it death in a sense, but it's kind of the concept of not life, if it makes sense.
Nihility.
It's the stop of life. It's not even death. It's
It's the absence of life, I would
Yeah.
say. Because death requires life.
yes. This, I know, it gets a bit sometimes too esoteric, but so it's something that can't be really easily discussed with sounding like
A lunatic.
madcap and crazy. but
And
but
these
Final
works-
Fantasy is built upon really esoteric concepts, not 14, but as a whole. So yeah. If people tell you in Final Fantasy that you're far-reaching, odds are that you're actually reaching to not enough. But yeah.
Yeah, it also does that.
Yes and no, in a sense. And I'll tell you why. If we're going to Fabula Nova Crystallis, which is exactly where we are going, perhaps you would recall in Line Returns that one key line, the sound of true despair is silence. A song of despair in this context would be incredibly contradictory.
I need cyan. Give it up. And yeah, I don't know who taught Kater her fighting stance, but it's terrible.
The problem is, so far, we've seen white Auracite. White Auracite as in Ultima's Auracite. Absorb negative feelings. In fact, it actually does that to Ramsay. When he mentions that he touched the Auracite and he felt as if his rage and hatred were taken from him.
One day I will kill these things.
One day, not today.
Not today.
So, perhaps you could say that white Auracite feed on negative feelings. In Ramsa's case, it was a positive things, perhaps. But it doesn't change the fact that it did take away his negative feelings, quote unquote, from him, right?
Right. I guess, because I haven't played Tactics, so I guess I'm going off of what you say. And like that's my blind spot right now. So I'm walking into a huge blind spot in 14 because I haven't played 9. I haven't played Tactics, and I don't remember 12. So it's like all of these things that are coming to the forefront now, except for 13 and the 13 trilogy, which I've actually played recently. Everything else is kind of like, I know what this is from, but I couldn't tell you in depth, the reference.
Right. So Auracite in Tactics, it works very much as it's not good and evil inherent.
Right.
As I would believe it's not neither the case with Ultima's Auracite and neither with, hypothetically speaking, Zodiarcs. They're just conduits for whoever is holding them.
I have not played
okay.
Yes, Arden. And I'm actually waiting for War of the Lions to come out on Steam so that I can, because I do have 12 Zodiac Age, and we also need to play 6 on stream because Meowth has not played 6.
No, I'm familiar somewhat with the themes, but likely the nuances escape me. So I would be I'm actually looking forward to 6 because, well, I'm sure it has well earned its fame. So
yeah, 6 is really good.
So the thing about Auracite, I don't think Ultima's Auracite is inherently evil. Neither would be, or good. Neither would be, hypothetically speaking, Zodiac's Auracite. It depends on the holder, and like. It's basically the concept. Basically, Auracite is the concept of you have a fork. What do you use a fork for? You can use the fork to help yourself to eat, or you could use the fork to stab someone.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. It's
or
a strange analogy.
You could use it to reflect the light of the sun and blind them.
That too.
Unless you have a plastic fork, in which case you're out of luck.
But yes. So in Tactics, if used if used for in the hands of someone who's greedy or is power hungry or is desperate to save their own life, Oracite is a conduit in tactics for Alukavi to offer a pact with that person, and eventually take over them.
Oh, thank
It's
God.
a conduit. So
Plot.
yes, plot. And if not, if the person that holds the Oracite is pure-hearted, or at least is not self-interested, then the Oracite is well capable of performing miracles.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something that's brought up in Dawntrail when Kryle's parents talk about the Grail. Well, the key. I call it the Grail because it's obviously shaped in the shape of a cup, and a cup is symbolically speaking a loaded, extremely loaded
Okay, let's go.
image. So that's why I call it the Grail. I'm referring to the key.
The Dawn Key. Donkey.
Yeah.
Just think of Shrek. Donkey.
Donkey. Yeah.
I'm rooting for you.
After specifically saying it's not the donkey.
Good luck to you.
So yeah.
Good luck.
He's an onion.
Good luck to you.
Ogres are like onions. I love that movie. I actually love Shrek 2 more. But
Really?
yes. Shrek 2 to me is peak.
Okay.
But the first is great too as well. I mean, it's genius. I know Shrek has been memed to
death.
the death, but I think the memes have actually made people lose perspective of how groundbreaking the movie was back in its time.
It really was.
It was amazing. One of the reasons I consider DreamWorks vastly superior to Disney, but
Well, I mean, now they're the same. So.
fair. So yeah,
It's gonna take everybody.
yeah, why not?
Vermilion Bird. Let me see if I can remember how to do this.
Okay, move out!
Goodbye. Goodbye.
I remember really enjoying these little battles.
I'm reading some comments that Arden is sharing about the video, and the last one was actually something.
We've suffered
That's-
damage, but we'll have our chance.
It's one of these instances
Right,
in
let's
which
make our next
I
move.
would say points for the direction, but fail for execution.
Oh man, yeah. If they went into Vagrant Story, that would be interesting.
I have picked some stuff from Vagrant Story, and have you played it? I haven't played it, but I have
haven't.
on.
I own it, but I have not played it.
Okay, I have not played myself, but I inevitably during my cross-referencing journey I have had into it, and I do plan to go into the game itself because so I'm looking at the tower there, and I'm getting big heaven on high vibes from it.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I never actually went into Heaven or High myself, so I'm missing the lore there. Was it said that it was an elegant construction or something?
You're asking.
Enemy attack! All
Okay.
troops to battle stations!
Also, I don't know how many viewers we have, but again, I do. If anyone has questions about
We can't let them do any more
stuff,
damage!
speculation, feel free to pick my brain.
That's the way. Keep attacking.
Or cops,
Just
for that
like
matter.
that.
Now that you have basically at her beck and call.
Oh, 11 related. Nice. Yeah, I can't even begin to speculate about 11 stuff. I've played 11
Enemy attack! All
and
troops to battle
recently,
stations!
but like I haven't played enough of it to really claim anything about 11.
11 is like my massive blind spot, and I hate it because I would love to play 11 because I heard that the lore is great, but it's the fucking
Right, let's make our next move.
interface of 11 that I just can't play. It's just,
There's UI stuff for that.
I know, but I don't. I would have to really, you know. I would really have to sit down one day and be like, okay, this is the day, and this is the day I'm going to install the things to help play 11 and get to work. But yeah. And because from Final Fantasy's new age, so to speak, 11 is the one that's my massive blind spot, but I'm well versed in 12. I'm of course well versed in 13. I'm not badly versed in 15, because 15 at the end of the day is basically a repurposed
Enemy attack! All
Yeah,
troops to battle
I
stations!
still
Crystallis
consider
thing.
13 or 15 a
Fabula
Fabula
Crystallis.
Crystallis game.
and
it's still-
16 I'm well versed because it's basically
Oh shit.
13. So that's why I'm so
Under attack! Guard the base!
So, I mean, of course, 16 has its own twists and additions from other Final Fantasy titles as well, but the core of it is 13. Like,
Right.
you can't play 16 if you have played 13 and be like,
Let's have some fun!
you guys are not Sobble.
Yeah.
And I'm amazed that I'm not sure if I would say I'm amazed or I'm outraged that the wiki for Final Fantasy
Okay,
has an
move
entire section of references of 16 for all other games and doesn't have one for 13. it's one of those moments in which I'm like, how? Yeah, that's exactly the mode. What?
Mission accomplished.
Neither does TV Troops for that matter. Yeah, right. TV Troops is one of those sites that you could say it's a wiki, alright. I don't really trust their judgment so much. It's useful for me because tropes are something that's happening in narrative, and the fact that they do have a list of all the tropes, it helps me to summarize things. Like when I refer to a trope by name and people ask me what does this mean, I can just go to TV Troops and link the description of what it means in narrative. But when it comes to them associating troops to games, well, that's different. That's a difficult thing because it means that you are relying on someone else's understanding of the story as to be correct, and sometimes it relies a lot on interpretation. So,
Right.
Yeah, difficult thing. It's a difficult thing, but yeah.
And yeah, Tintin, this is very much designed to be listened to. You don't have to catch it live, but absolutely appreciate it.
I mean, if it works for like that, like, great. Because in Type-0, there's a lot of these sort of segments in which, like, there's not plot happening, but there's like a bit of a tactical gameplay. So if we can talk about over it, like almost like an extra Lorelines episode of it, that's fine.
Yeah, totally fine with that.
Good.
Do I get Vex now?
This is going better than expected. Crystal
And
Guide.
again, if you guys want to ask anything, please feel free. It's been a while since we had any Q&A episode of Lorelines proper, but
It has
yeah, because we usually didn't have much interaction. But perhaps right there, perhaps after our work on Dawntrail, we may get a bit more of an audience, and we can bring that back to the table. But right now, if you guys want to ask anything, feel free to do that and pick our brains.
Like Arden said, the latest video surpassed the old one, so probably gonna have more people.
And again, I must reiterate what we covered about Ultima and the implications is the very much tip of the iceberg. Very much so. Much of it right now, like what I have now, is speculation, of course, but there is solid things backing us of the narrative. So
We'll be done in a snap.
I hate to say I'm certain of anything because there's always a not possibility in there, But the fact that I'm willing to bet, which is something I don't usually do because I'm really guarded about possibilities, it should tell you something. I mean, we can keep going. We can keep going the bet game.
Oh my God! It's Gabriel.
It is Gabriel.
Ow!
Eradicate the Dominion army! You'll be entertaining me for now.
We're under attack! Tighten up the defenses!
I pushed my luck too
I was musing about this actually the other day. The fact that they use a lot of things for Bosnia based on Type-0. And now with the whole thing, because Bosnia was tied with Ivalice.
Right.
So now with all this thing, tying back to Type-0, it's, I don't know if it's coincidence or it was a big brain long-term move on their side. I mean, it could be both, honestly.
Right. We're glad to have you, Tintin. Arden, I don't know what that means. Oh, is the shield down? Shield is down.
The shield is down. Go, go, go. Conquest.
Yes. Conquer Tugwa.
Took them too lightly.
There's Tugwa. And then the world. One flute at a time.
One flute at a time.
It's the Reds! Don't let them run free!
Class 0, commencing maneuvers.
You're basically. This is with the flute. The whole thing with the flute, bringing down barriers and cities. Basically, we're basically. I don't know how much you guys know about biblical history, but this is but we're basically pretty much replicating Jericho.
Jesus. All in all.
A part of my work, this is a bit of an insight of your local Meow's work, but a part of my work is to scouring mythologies and religions.
Wow, Zen. Okay. That had never crossed my mind, but now it will never leave me.
What has been known cannot be unknown.
Alright, I'm here.
So, that which you've been bringing up about lore videos in... So, of course, lots of our form of past lore videos are going to be inaccurate. It's a given. When you lore dive, it's inevitable that you're going to look at your past videos or work and be like,
Oh god.
mate, how
I mean,
off the mark I was. But
the very first thing I noticed about the other videos was like, wow, the audio is awful. Oh my god. How could we release this? What was wrong with me?
I mean, yeah.
I'm here.
Which, by the way, Neil, if you're still there, I think with all that we've been speculating as of late, your color inversion theory may still hold up.
I think it's going to be more relevant now than ever before because now
Yeah.
we're diving into the soul shit. So I think this first expansion is going to deal with, of course, memory ether. The next one is going to deal with soul ether, and then we'll go into just the regular ether.
I think regular ether is going to be really important because, yeah, I think it's going to be crucial. In fact, so here's the thing. You could say, in a sense, I don't think this is how they planned it, but you could say that the end of Endwalker is basically about the relevance and importance and power of diamonds.
Yeah. Which
so
I am not convinced that we are done with Dynamis. Dynamis is
No, of
taking a
course,
break,
no, I don't.
but
I don't think it's the case, but I don't think we're going to be treating Dynamis as. I think it's going to become part of the whole thing, but for now, I don't think Dynamis is going to become anything positive. Yeah, I think we're going to go back into Ether, and
We failed.
yeah, and Ether itself, and explore
This is going
Ether
better than
as a
expected.
force more in depth.
Crystal guide.
right. And I think we still have the third force that we have to reveal because we don't know what that is.
I speculated with Nila what it may be.
Okay.
I can tell you if you want.
Yeah. Go ahead. 'Cause
So
we know
so we
that,
have.
Well, let me say this first. That we
Go.
know that Dynamis is the equivalent of dark energy. It's the repelling force. So, because matter is ether, it's only like
It's
3
not
to
just
5% of the
anyone who
universe.
can make it this
But
far.
the 23 or so percent that is missing is the attracting force, and so we have no idea what that is. At least I don't. So, go ahead.
Okay. So Dynamis is the force, the force of motion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Ether is the force of matter, if you want to call it.
Correct.
Like that,
Specifically, baryonic matter. Yeah.
I
Enemy
think
attack! All troops to battle
not just
stations!
anyone
what
who can make it this
is
far.
the third force. For lack of a better word, the third force is will.
Okay.
With will, you command. So, will is basically the power to manipulate reality as you wish.
Okay.
With will, you can have
Enemy
a wish,
attack! All troops to battle
and you
stations!
can know why you're manipulating reality,
Not
the
just
why of
anyone
it.
who can make it this
With
far.
ether, it is the means to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
It all goes to, and in a sense, it's a form of knowledge. If you have the knowledge of it, of
Took them too
why
lightly.
and how, then you can manipulate reality.
Right.
It would be effectively the power of the gods. You can manipulate reality as you please. If you have the will, if you have the wish for
It's
it,
not
if
just
you have
anyone who could make
the
it this
why,
far.
why do you want to do it? What is your reasoning? What moves you to do it? And the knowledge of how to do it.
Right.
Enemy attack! All
Will
troops to battle
will
stations!
is a key point in Fabula Nova Crystallis. So that's another reason why it's crucial here. I mean,
It's not
it
just
is
anyone
also
who can
will
make it this
is
far.
extremely important in 16, but saying 16 is pretty much like saying
Enemy
13.
attack! All
And
troops to battle stations! Good. You're doing great. Keep it up.
So yeah, the new age of Final Fantasy, if you want to call it like that, it's a lot about fate, it's a lot about human will, and it's a lot about humanism.
Yeah, I could see that.
So yeah. So yeah. So there's that.
I don't know why they skipped the last domain. That's bizarre. All right. Oh look, there they are.
It's
my
not
army.
just anyone that can make it this far.
So the thing, and also the thing that it would tie will to knowledge, is because there's a lot of emphasis lately as of the concept of knowledge, reason, logic. If you have the knowledge, you can do it.
Right.
If you have the resolve as well, like
We failed.
resolve spurs us into
This is
action.
going better than
But
expected.
what uses our
Crystal,
resolve
not
if
just anyone
we
can
don't have
make
the
it this
means to
far.
do it? If we have the means to do it, but we have no reason, then we have no reasons to create. So I would say it's all basically a big part of why humans, if you want to call it, can change reality and can change fate.
Right. I mean, that makes sense.
Changing fate is a core plot of the new age of Final Fantasy. I'm not going to say Fabula Nova Crystallis because it's not just limited to that.
Correct.
But 12 also has the key point of humans taking care of taking the reins of their own fate away from the gods. Fabula Nova Crystallis, of course, hinges on that. 15. Well, it was originally part of Fabula Nova Crystallis, and 15 is complex, I would say, and it doesn't benefit from the fact that the production of 15 was a complete fucking mess.
Oh, it was.
But if you sift between 15 and you go through the nightmare hellhole that is trying to pour over 15, there's a lot of 15 happening in here. And 16 is basically another ode to humanity, but again 13. So yeah.
Yeah. I could definitely see it.
So yeah.
But yeah, 15 development was a mess. And while I
was.
like the story of 15, it's just told terribly.
Lots of it stalled terribly, dragged a lot, didn't pick up into the action until later. Thank you, Artin, for saving the game, actually. And lots of it was... They abused the DLC thing a lot, and it didn't help a lot, and it didn't help. And they actually made the mistake of putting the most crucial of the DLC stories into a novel, which not many people is going to read, of course, because people just don't want to read.
That's my problem though with
Alright, I'm
cross
here.
media genre storytelling. So like, if you want to tell a story, tell a complete story. And if you want to have supplemental stuff, that's fine. But don't make it critical to the story. And that's the issue I have with 15.
Yeah. I mean, you could understand the base game altogether in a sense, but you're going to miss a lot if you don't play the DLCs and you don't read the novel, which is... So I'm going to share you this thing with you, which is actually something I was hesitant to bring up, but I'm going to confide this publicly, I suppose. So it's not exactly confiding, but when they revealed Solar Bahamut as the Bahamut with blade wings, right? My immediate reaction was Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut.
Okay.
Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut was originally... I mean, it's not confirmed, but I recognize the themes, and I know that it's so evident. Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut is the stand-in for Bunny-Bells.
Okay. Yeah.
So Bahamut in Solar Bahamut, I mean, you will perhaps bring... I know people would bring up Solar Bahamut as Strangers of Paradise Bahamut. The thing with the Strangers of Paradise Bahamut is that he says that his concept originally originated in another game, and he describes the secretaries of the game. He describes Final Fantasy 15. So
Okay.
we're going back to Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut.
Right.
And Final Fantasy.
On the topic
So-
of
and
Solar
fin-
On the topic of Solar Bahamut, Synodic just dropped a really good video on it.
I have to check that.
It's really
The thing is, Solar Bahamut is actually based on Hydaelyn.
okay.
It's kind of
Yeah.
implied to be a Hydaelyn Bahamut.
Yeah, I
If
could
you
definitely
tie,
see that.
if you tie Hydaelyn Bahamut to Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut, it gets creepy.
Eliminate the intruders.
The fact that so I'm going to say this live. Final Fantasy 15 Bahamut. His ultimate attack is not actually any sort of flare. I mean, there's the flare thing is brought up in the backstory for Bahamut,
Right.
but in game when you summon 15 Bahamut, his ultimate attack is Ultima Sword.
Oh, it
Make
cheated
of that
guy.
what you will.
Yep.
No
Mission
reinforcements.
accomplished.
It's all over.
That was hilarious. Sorry. Just I didn't even go up the stairs. I just killed him from downstairs. Amazing.
So the thing is, when I first saw Solar Bahamut, I was like, this is eerily similar to 15 Bahamut.
Right.
And I was ready to dismiss it just because they revealed the job trailer first, and we don't have the context of the expansion yet,
Right.
But then after Dawn Trail, and after going down the rabbit hole with the whole implications, well, it's not a comforting parallel to draw
Okay.
at all.
You need to stop keeping these things to yourself and just, we're gonna call you crazy, but go down the rabbit hole anyway, because at least then it's out there.
Okay, right. But my problem, I'm fine with doing that. My problem is that without a prompt, it's difficult for me right now to latch onto. It's like it's the problem of where do I even begin?
I'm late.
So if you want me
I'm
to
sorry.
start talking,
Am I the
give me
last one?
ask me a
No,
question and I
there's-
will go down from there. So ask me a concrete question so I can
I'm so sorry.
start going from there.
I'm
Give me
late.
like an anchor point.
You are never late, Ren.
It can be you, it can be the audience. I don't
Did you-
care.
Mhm.
If you want me to elaborate,
Sleep.
give me a prompt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Machina?
He hasn't gotten here yet.
Yeah. Maki's late again? What's up with him lately?
There's that shallow on a
It's time.
guitar.
Let's get started.
I curse you all with the shell on the guitar.
To defend against the joint Militesia Concordian invasion, Rubim's entire force will be divided into two groups. All cadets and trainees will take part in this operation.
The trainees too?
Sounds like if they don't, it won't be much of a contest.
You and the
So,
other cadets are to engage
now that
Concordia's fleet of dragons.
now that they're mentioning the
on
Military
Eastern Front,
Concordian Alliance,
using airships.
this
In
is
this
basically the
operation,
Magitech
will be
kingdom with
assisted by Lord
allying
Shuri.
with the Dragon Kingdom.
Okay.
He should help
Um,
even the odds.
Yeah.
For context for the viewers,
taking part?
I'm expecting this
Hey,
to become a
isn't that focusing too
plot
much of
point
our
in the
manpower
next
on
expansion.
Concordia?
I mean, not plot point, but
What are you
rep
gonna do about the
presence.
military?
So it'd be
in the
like
expansion.
it would be Ishgard and
The Rubim
Garlemald
army's
going
main
into
force
basically an
will form a
alliance.
wall
Not
along the Militesia
Garlemald
border.
per se.
Ah.
And a select unit
Magitech,
of cadets, adept at magic, will engage the Imperial forces.
Which Garlemald
I will
proper
personally be
in
joining this
14
fight.
is
Out in the field?
closest to the Empire from this game, for sure.
Yes.
That means that they're really getting
Tintin
But-
says,
there.
Tintin says, I have a question. Is crafting canonical in Final
That's
Fantasy
still not
XIV,
going to be
as in the
enough.
Warrior of Light as a crafter?
You have something up your
I would
sleeve?
say yeah.
We have a plan. Lady Setsuna will summon the verboten Eidolon.
I mean, I suppose. I
In
mean,
my
I'm not a
view, my
crafter.
sister-
I avoid crafting like the plague.
Oh, I'm
So
a crafter.
can't-
That's crafting is my end. Yeah.
I'm not in the
Something
I'm
up
not
his
in the best
sleeve,
position to
alright.
answer that.
Yeah, I'd
They're
say
finally
definitely yes.
taking this seriously.
Especially
Yeah.
considering that we have allied
But
tribe
what are
quests
these
that,
verboten
focus on
Eidolons
crafting and gathering.
anyway?
Their Eidolons no mortal
and in order to
control.
save the Namazu, you have to gather.
Kept under wraps by the
And the Warrior of
sorcery
Light has to
division.
be a gather.
So hazardous.
They're
is the
talking
very act of
verboten
summoning
Eidolons
such
right now, and
Right.
that's important.
It can only be performed by the likes of Lassie. This is Rubrum's last resort. In fact, everything depends on this one battle.
The use of the
There's
word
still
last
time
resort.
before your mission commences.
Well,
Take your
Oh,
time
yeah,
and
yeah.
prepare. But be aware that you are not authorized to
it's a
leave
loaded
academia
term
for
if you
long.
play the trilogy.
May
Yeah,
the
it
grace
is.
Very
of the
loaded.
crystal be with all of us.
I love how the non-important characters have very flat faces, but everyone else got a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
A limited
well, I
amount of
mean,
time. It's like only 4 days, which is the longest amount of time you've ever had. I'm gonna do all the lectures.
I mean, yeah. For the sake of having plot, I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah. So now that I've gone the rabbit hole of the Military Concordian alliance, I might as well keep going.
Yeah.
In that, I think that's going to. So, have you guys read the last short story
Yeah, of
for
course.
Shadowbringers?
Yeah, the one with the
Okay.
crystal that Azem leaves on Hyflodeus' seat.
No. For Shadowbringers, not Endwalker.
Oh.
The one in which Migdar Surmer awakens after the
Yeah.
guys from the Garland Ironworks send the Catman
Yep.
on his way.
Yes.
That one. Okay.
I
So,
love that that's caught
uh,
on. We need to make another video with the Catman, just so we can say the Catman.
I think
The
that's
Catman
going
is
to be.
the Catman is Grahatia, by the way. We call him the
I
Catman.
yes, but I think it's going to be crucial.
Okay.
Extremely crucial. I think that's actually going to be the plot of the next expansion.
Okay.
How?
Would you care to?
Well,
I'm prompting you now. Can you elaborate on that?
yes. So for conclusions, I'm going to start from my conclusion. I think, quote unquote, preservation. Because I'm not sure if this would be the name used, but I think preservation is actually derived from the Garland Ironworks in the 8th Hammer Calamity.
Okay.
They have the means to time travel in space. They were the ones who came up with the Tycoon.
Yeah.
They could technically keep developing that technology. And they could, if so, have an access to time intervention if that's the case. So, I believe that's the thing about preservation. I believe they are the result of the alliance in the future. So I'm talking here about the 8th Hammer Calamity for convenience sake. But I believe the 8th Hammer Calamity we're going to visit is going to be far in the future of that, after that point in the short story.
Okay.
So we will be visiting that era, and I posit that preservation is the result of that timeline taking an extremely dark turn.
That's kind of awesome. I would love that.
I would as well, but so here's the thing. So I would love to have Neela here to help me back me up here.
He's off.
He's
Doing errands.
he's off on an errand, yeah. But So, this was actually a plot point we discussed in the fact that we give the Asians a lot of help for the fact that they were stuck in the past.
Right.
I would ask you guys to reflect on what the folks of the 8th Emerald Calamity did. The Catman presents what they did as a positive thing, but what did they actually do?
They did the same thing. They went back in time and changed it because they didn't like the future.
They went back instead of rising up and Bicent, yeah. Instead of rising up and join together as one as to rebuild their world, they sent the Catman to the past, trying to bring back the Warrior of Light.
Yep. And Tintin says, of course, Emmet, Zodiac, Heidelin, and Medion are all still alive, and possibly Elidibus as well.
Possibly Elidibus as well. So, when I say... So, you know the recent interview with Yoshi P in which he mentions the 8th Emerald Calamity?
Yeah, that he finally admits we're in a multiple timeline situation.
Yes. And he said that for the folks of the 8th Emerald Calamity, surely Emmet Sulk is the greatest enemy. Yes?
In that timeline, yeah.
In that timeline, yeah. Did he say anything about which side we would be on?
No.
Right. Yeah. My conclusion here, if you want me to elaborate, I will. My conclusion here is that in this timeline, we are going to make allies of the Asians.
Oh my god, Zent just left, and here she is.
I missed you.
F.
And she's talking about wearing her bikini. Okay. Anyway, so one, I agree. I think moving into the future, we are going to meet some of the remaining Asians, and they are going to be allies, I believe. And we talked about this before stream. I firmly believe that they are going to approach us for help.
Not necessarily, perhaps, but so this is this was so much of my madcap and crazy again, but I posit that this new arc is actually structured upon the 3 acts of Final Fantasy XVI.
Okay.
Dawntrail acts as the prologue. We haven't seen that yet, but I'm seeing the potential. I believe that the next expansion would be built upon the first act of 16. And the 3rd expansion will be after the time skip in 16, thematically speaking, of course. I'm not saying this is a one-to-one. I'm talking about the skeleton of a narrative. And 16, and the last part of 16 would be 9.0. I don't really know where to begin here, but
yeah, we're giving. Yeah, since it says we're giving Square Enix ideas, keep going.
Fine by me. I do hope they don't contact me with threats, but
no, I doubt they would.
No, I don't.
They would be like, "Hey, that's a good idea. Write that down." 2 expansions from now. Let's make it happen.
I mean, madcap and crazy. I'm well aware of that, but okay. Now that Neela is not here, do you mind Arcadian spoilers?
Me? I've done the Arcadian.
Savage.
Oh, I don't care.
Okay. Neela, if you're here, cover your ears. If not, well. So, the backdrop for the final Arcadian fight with Wicked Thunder features the landscape of the buildings and all that. Not shining violet anymore, but shining white. And the backdrop is a red moon. So this is complicated to explain, but I believe the next expansion is going to play as a reverse situation in many aspects to Shadowbringers. I brought the concept of Shadowbringers to you before off screen as that's Setsuna. Don't I'm going to shut up because this is Setsuna.
Okay.
A cadet. Yes.
Yes, from Class 0.
It's Griffith.
A query. Do you, as a cadet in service of the crystal, hold great pride in your duty?
Yes, great pride.
I see. Alas, the feeling neither be false nor true. There is something more dear to you than the crystal.
Huh?
Child, if you do not wish to lose what you hold dear to oblivion, leave Rubrum at once. Whether you choose to leave your mark is up to you.
That's cryptic
Nay.
as fuck.
This may be of no relevance to mortals.
I wonder what that means.
It is cryptic, but
You should leave.
but yeah. But again, well, I was back to Shadowbringers again.
Right.
I interrupted myself because Setsuna.
Setsuna interrupted you.
Yeah, she did actually. So, okay. Right. So Shadowbringers. I talked to you off screen about Shadowbringers working as the crossroads,
Right.
in which you could say as singularity, the key point in Shadowbringers would be the Warrior of Light or Asem meeting or reuniting with Emetzel. In this moment, for the reason I mentioned you about the Wheel of Fortune Arcana, which is the name of the quest in which we meet Emetzel, which is not loaded at all.
Not low.
I believe this is where the path breaks. It breaks into two branches. One, I would call it, for the sake of simplicity, the Hydaelyn path, which is the one we took in Shadowbringers. I do believe this path is going to end in ruination, for reasons. I can go into that bit if you want, but let's say I believe it will spell disaster. I believe that we will retrace the path to, thematically speaking, we will retrace the path to Shadowbringers and take if you want to call it, the Soldier path. In which case, in the Soldier path, it doesn't really have to be joining with Soldier of the Primal. It's just, I think it has to do more about joining with, not joining, aligning with the Asians rather than anything to do with that. For this you have to, for this is crucial to, for all of this is crucial to not think inside the box we've already been all this time. You need to think outside the box. Don't be fettered by the narrative we've been told up until now.
Don't believe
Right?
Hydaelyn's lies. Yeah.
No joke. right now it's actually something that's very valid to say. Joking as it may sound.
Not done yet.
But,
I mean, Eidolon
yeah.
was never extremely forthcoming with us.
No. And I believe that there may be forces at play for that reason.
I mean, the whole 12 thing from Mists of the Realm makes it very suspect, and it casts a lot of doubt on both Eidolon and Zodiark.
Yes.
But I think, and I've maintained that the Sundering was a terrible, it was a bad decision, but it was the right decision for the wrong reason.
Yes, but right now there may be tons of nuances to that, and it only makes it worse. But aside from that, this is another can of worms. Let's go back to Shadowbringers, because if not, I will lose my place again.
Okay.
So, let's say we go back, thematically speaking, to Shadowbringers. Thematically speaking, and
Right.
instead of going the Hydaelyn way, which was us, in essence, opposing Emmet Salk, we go to joining with Emmet Salk.
Okay.
Which will be the 8th Emerald Calamity era.
And then we
Era.
turn into the Soul Mule, or the Aether Mule.
Of course, this is. I don't want you guys to think as to joining with the Asians means going on board with the plan of the rejoining.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't think that's the case here.
Okay. Then explain, because...
Okay. I think this all, of course, this all goes back to Ultima. Of course.
I agree.
And I think the 8th Emerald Calamity is an era in which there's a lot of Ultima corruption.
Okay.
I think perhaps the Asian don't know, perhaps the Asian don't know. There's a lot of, again, there's over, it's going to be over 200 pages of speculation. So yeah. Imagine, so I must go back to Shadowbringers again. You know that we have a video, in fact. Look it up. That Cobb did after he played Line Returns, and he realized that Shadowbringers is built upon Line Returns.
Yeah.
World building wise.
Yeah. Yeah, with the whole revelation of Light and Dark, that's how it works in Lightning Returns, and in
Not just that, the whole setting about Norbrand being the only surviving thing, blah blah
that's
blah.
the setting of
That's
Lightning Returns. Yeah.
That's the same. That's the same.
Oh God.
Oh God. Yeah, it's a but there was one crucial part of Line Returns that Shadowbringers did not include, and it was the fact that no one ages and children are not born because without the goddess of death to ensure reincarnation, the souls can't reincarnate proper. So the cycle of life and death, it has stopped, and the life force time in the creatures, well, in humans in particular, but well, it has stopped, so nobody ages and children can't be born. This detail creeped the hell out of me in Solution 9 when Sven mentioned that the regulators, some people speculate that it has contributed to the decrease in childbirth. It was it's an absolute alarm to me, because if the Ethereal Sea works in 14 as it does in Line Returns, then it means that for every people that dies, another is born. And if people don't die, and the souls are kept from going back to the reincarnation process, then children won't be born because there's no soul to replace them.
Okay.
So, let us imagine that in the future, if preservation indeed comes from the eighth umbral calamity, that these people have grown to despise death or fear death so much, they have effectively hijacked the entire otherworld.
The only issue I have with it coming from the eighth umbral calamity would suggest that it is a timeline that derailed a long time before we changed it. That's really the only issue I have with that. I like it. It gets messy with the whole multiverse thing, because then if we have one timeline making an incursion on us, then there's bound to be more. But I think you're absolutely right in that I think Shadowbringers missed a huge opportunity, and I know we've brought this up, where when they were talking in the patches for Endwalker about how they can't return to the live stream because of all the darkness, and there's not really any death there, they should have had something analogous to that on the first, at least somewhat, and they didn't. And that really bothered me, especially after playing Lightning Returns, because, you know, like you said, there were no more children being born, and nobody aged, nobody really... The cycle of life was broken, essentially. And it really made me think, well, how would, if Aether moves so quickly on the 13th that people's souls just kind of bypass the live stream and just reconstitute themselves, how would that work on the first, with the light ether stagnating everything? And
you know what I think?
It would be the same. People wouldn't age. People likely wouldn't be born. And it would be very, very similar to Lightning Returns.
You know what I think? I think the eighth umbral calamity era has descended into terror, hatred, and paranoia over the Asians so much that they may have
I don't know. I don't necessarily
made that timeline that way. No, I do have reasons to believe that. Thematically speaking and reference speaking. And it would make and so do you recall that in Shadowbringers, one of the reasons Samet Sulk says that he's in not exactly the best condition to fight and help us is because of the light.
Yeah.
Although
I'm convinced that was just an excuse.
Could be not, because it's also kind of brought up in the sense that the Knights Blessed in this context is mind-blowing. You recall that Runar, when he drops the dark touched water in the rite, it's like a rite of cleansing, right?
Right.
And the Warrior of Light, who has been very much corrupted by Light Warden's light, feels a prickling sensation on their skin. And so Rin does, but she is the Oracle of Light again. But she says, well, I felt strange, but I don't think it felt uncomfortable. We later associate that as it was the dark taint, the dark touch in the water reacting to the light of the Lightwood. If it works the same the other way, then the light could very well physically be harmful for the Asians. And this is a dead 1-to-1 to Ardyn in Final Fantasy 15, in which the light of the sun actually eats away at his skin. That's one of the reasons he wears so much clothing. And Ardyn is a massive inspiration for Emmett Till's character.
Oh, absolutely. No denying that.
Yeah. So, Ardyn is a loaded character, and I expect him to come back into Emmett Till's character a lot. If you don't know about Ardyn, look him up.
Oh,
it's
there's even a short that they made about him, and had it been in the game, I think it would have done him a much better service instead of being in supplemental materials, because a lot of his motivations and why he is the way he is not in the game. It's outside of the game.
There's a DLC about him, which is arguably, I would say, it's the most important part of 15, I would say. But yeah.
Yeah.
Do look up Ardyn. There's actually something at play about what I believe may be going on, and it comes from Type-0 actually.
Okay.
Do you remember the Crystal Jammer?
Yes, at the very beginning of the game.
At the very beginning of the game, it's meant to nullify the magic of the Rubermites. So Ruberum is the nation of magic. They're basically the only ones who can use magic. So it comes from the Vermilion Bird Crystal. So what the Sikunmi does is basically deploy a crystal jammer that nullifies or severs the connection the Rubermites have with the crystal.
Right.
Class 0 is special in the fact that they don't use the magic of the crystal, but they have sort of magic on themselves.
Right.
That's why they can cast magic, and they are the ultimate weapon of the Ruberum. But yeah, the Crystal Jammer is a crucial thing, and it's depicted as a bubble around academia.
Mm-hmm.
So, my guess is, of course, take it or leave it, madcap and crazy. I believe in the 8th Emerald Calamity, they have created light-powered quote-unquote, bubbles to dampen the Ascen's powers, and perhaps show magic as a whole. I don't know, but
No, go ahead.
What I think is that in their taking light as to use that as a dampener, they have stolen the light of the world itself, plunging it in eternal lightless night, in a sense.
Okay. I don't know.
It would have... I don't know either, but that's where my speculation leads me. Because it would be an exact reverse of Shadowbringers, in that the first was a world plunged into eternal light.
Right.
If we are going into direct reverse, then we will face, ironically speaking, this is a timeline in which the first has been rejoined with the source, and perhaps it would be an extremely ironic that the folks of this era have effectively turned their world into a reverse opposite to the first. They may have created cities that work like independent bubbles in this eternal night, in which they are safe, but they perhaps cannot leave, or they don't feel safe leaving these bubbles out of fear of what's outside.
That's
now.
very cocoon.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
And being
That's
afraid
exactly my
of Pulse. I don't know though. I didn't really get that impression, and doing something like that feels like it would have required a lot of coordination. And I don't feel like the 8th era had that level of coordination. Like it felt very much more chaotic.
No,
the
but
governments have fallen apart.
but the crucial point I believe is Midgar Summer. When Midgar Summer awake, he said he would take care of the world as the new guardian, and there's this bit of hope, so to speak,
Right.
in which the 8th Emerald Calamity era would be rebuilt.
Yes.
But how it would be rebuilt, that's the key. And
under the dominion of the dragons, they'll rule everything.
So that's the thing. Midgar Summer is beholden to Hydaelyn, yes?
Mm-hmm. Well, they had a deal.
Well, yes, but how much is Midgar Summer touched by Hydaelyn, and by extension, what could be going through that sort of pact?
Right.
If that were the case, then well. Again, madcap and crazy. If you want the entire, reasoning, I mentioned that. Yes, Neil, indeed. Tiamat. So the thing with Tiamat is something that's actually something that irked me a lot, because the whole Fandaniel thing was not he was not acting in the in name of the Asians, but Tiamat dumped the blame of that on the Asians.
On Fandaniel specifically.
No, her dialogue in
Bahamut.
Her dialogue, that too, but her dialogue as when she was flying in the intro cutscene of Pagalthan is basically Asian vermin, which says a lot. And there's lots of things going on here. So the reason, like Cobb, I do have an entire reasoning of that. I'm not kidding. And we went this pit hole, this stupid pit. Well.
Let me see if I have any more things I can do in the classroom.
The problem is It's not exactly a problem. The only problem is that I'm not sure how many people would be willing to read through this unholy amount.
So the graveyard.
Of pages.
We need to talk about the graveyard.
The graveyard. Yes.
Commander, what are you doing here?
This war's been weighing all of us down, Cadet. Even I need to take a load off once in a while.
You've had plenty of time to lounge around while we were gone.
Does my attitude offend you?
Of course. How could we not be offended by your attitude? You're our commanding officer, aren't you?
Correct. Which is why I will only state facts to you.
Facts? Are you implying the claim that we assassinated the Queen is a fact?
No. The world believing that you did so is a fact. Here is another fact. The Consortium is pinning all the blame on Class 0.
But that's...
Arden uploaded all the Type-0
For those on the
stuff from
battlefield,
Twitch.
there's no room for words of sympathy or comfort.
Tell us something we don't know.
But this is neither a battlefield nor an official setting. I'm glad you made it back. Well, if you had not come back, my workload would have gone down significantly. However, I also admit having you lot around keeps me on my toes.
Commander.
The next operation will be the biggest one yet. I will not forgive you if you die easily. As your commander, your deaths would negatively affect my evaluation.
Well, what about you? When was the last time you were in battle?
The day I need you to worry about me will be my last.
Nice.
So the graveyard. So in Final Fantasy IX, there is no graveyard that I remember, right?
Right.
So when you go through the other side of the wall of Heritage Found, you find basically old Alexandria based on Final Fantasy IX. It's modeled after 9 Alexandria, except for this bit, which is a graveyard, which is not in Final Fantasy IX. In fact, this graveyard, it's not a one-to-one. It's modeled after Final Fantasy Type-0's graveyard in distribution and everything. It's the circle graveyard with a monolith in the middle. So yeah.
No. What a Cinder. Tintin, I like you. You can say. Firebomb.
Will you give me like a couple minutes to fetch myself a bowl of milk and cookies? I'm hungry.
No. Okay, fine.
Sad. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay.
You can ramble about me and say how madcap and crazy Meowth is.
I mean, not entirely wrong,
Not
but we
wrong.
need that. We need that. So I will never disparage it. I'll just tell you, I don't know about that.
Like I said, this is difficult to explain, but let me get some food and then I will be a bit more in the mental space to elaborate.
Okay. Alright, we're going to the Forest of Avon. Hello, I'm very cautious about thinking that they're gonna lift wholesale plots just because A goes to B goes to C in one game doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna happen in 14. But we will see elements of it. But I think it'll manifest in different ways. I don't even know where the hell Avon is. Where am I going? Avon. Okay. Oh yeah, you know, that region I just conquered. I have no idea where it is. Off we go. That is a very tall pencil. I miss Final Fantasy games with world maps, so I really, really appreciate this having a world map. But in 3D, it's a lot more annoying than it was in sprite form.
Okay, I'm back.
That
so if
was
you hear me
not
chomping,
5 minutes.
I said 2 minutes maybe, but if you hear me chomping, it's me.
How dare.
It's not exactly me having dinner per se. It's past half past.
It's a snack, I guess.
4 a.m. So.
I mean, we'll pick
But
this up
anyways.
tomorrow. So I have nothing planned tomorrow except finishing this game. So we'll be starting a lot earlier tomorrow than we did today. Hey, Chocobo. Ah, it's foggy. Anytime I go somewhere new, it's always foggy. Same thing happens in 14. I went to Elpis, it was foggy.
Cool.
I'm looking for a striker, but I don't even know where the hell we get one of those. So I'm just gonna go wander in the forest have to kill a striker. I want to go in there, but it won't let me. Are you a striker? It is. Oh. Dude. You're dead. Yay. Yeah, I guess I could just...
So,
no.
for more madcap and crazy elaboration.
Yes, let's go crazy.
Okay. For the next expansion, not sure if I'm willing to bet, but I think it's going to draw from 4 games.
Okay.
4 titles. The main one will be 13.
Okay.
The second one will be 15. Then we will have Ivalice. In particular, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
Okay.
Mm.
Do you think Chocobo Dungeon will make another appearance?
I haven't played Chocobo Dungeon.
No one did.
Yeah. And the 4th will be 16, but in the form of the first stack of 16.
Okay.
I expect them to go more into 16 proper as the finale, like the Mercedia thing. I'm expecting it to be Mercedia. Will be 16 proper. It will be like, I mean, this is creative business unit 3. 16 is their baby. So I would expect them to close the second arc with a homage to their work, you know?
This motherfucker. He wants to tell Emina how he feels. I'm gonna get him the shittiest diamond I can find.
So this is one of, so if you want me to elaborate as of why Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, because I understand that you guys would think that it's a bit too much of an obscure title to draw upon.
Not necessarily. I mean, Chocobo Dungeon. Come on.
I mean, yeah, I suppose, but so the thing with Tactics Advance is that if we're going to visit the 8th Umbrella era in the future of that timeline, like far into the future, I don't know, perhaps a few centuries back into the future
it's
of
200 years.
Yes, but even further down the line. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance happens in a distant future of 12 and Tactics. So, thematically speaking, it would make sense that Tactics Advance is chosen as the follow-up to Ivalice. It would be a natural choice to make. There's also a lot of Tactics Advance context for this, so it's not just that. I happened to stumble upon Tactics Advance following another thread, so
yeah.
Let's leave it at that. And I'm so glad I did, because that also made me realize that 16 is built upon Tactics Advance.
Okay. Kind of like how 14 is built upon the foundations of 13.
And 12.
No, 14.
Yeah, 14 is built upon 13 and 12.
Yeah.
And 11.
Definitely 11. For sure 11. But Aetherology in 14 is based on 13. 100%.
Yes. Deep Lore, it's based on 12. Aetherology is 13.
Yeah.
And the rest is 11.
Yeah, which is a lot.
Okay, I'll remind you later.
House of Cards. Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna, yeah. Forget it! We're going into the cavern again. Because they didn't, I hate that you can only take one side quest at a time in this game. Like, you should be able to just grab them all.
It's the one of the flaws of Type-0, but no game is perfect, I suppose.
Yeah. Now, what is perfect is this behemoth just, like, letting me kill it. That was amazing. Appreciate it. So I'm looking for a diamond. Let's go find a diamond.
This much, though, I will say. This story arc. For this story arc, Emmet Silk is crucial.
You think?
And don't. Yes. No, I'm not. I don't think, Cobb. I'm sure. Okay. Dawntrail is littered with Hades. Littered. Of Asm as well, but I believe there's also a trick playing here. But Emmet Silk is crucial.
I don't know. See,
like you have no idea.
I'm not saying no, but I almost need a break from him. Like, I feel like he had his arc. And we are
having the break. Dawntrail is the break.
While we can explore things that he did, I don't necessarily want him to come back. And I know he's alive in the 8th Emerald timeline. But it doesn't mean I still want to see him. Because he's not going to be the same Emmet Silk we know. Not good.
Do you really want me to go down the rabbit hole the Codex Centrinella?
Kill the behemoth skater. That's not killing him, that's getting hit. I forgot what the button was to switch.
No, but really, Cobb. Really, Cobb. I'm not kidding here. Dawntrail is littered. And I believe, though, then again, I believe there's lots of nuances for why I'm telling you this, and lots of nuances. Like what I'm telling you is like very broad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The whys and the details, that's what makes the difference here. So
I'm gonna have to go all the way back to academia.
Maybe.
Can't even use it on him. What's this go? There we go. Right.
I wouldn't take the minion thing too seriously about that. Because there's a lot of trickery they can pull on that. And their words, again, are to be taken with many grains of salt. Not just because they could be misdirecting us, but also because there are many interpretations to what they say, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know. The minion thing, yes, it's true. I don't know. Have we seen a case of something coming back after it's had a minion made of it?
Science, for example.
True. Aside from them.
I mean, Estinian, I suppose.
Still a scion, though.
Yeah, but more recently. Not the science from the start, but someone who joined later. The Catman, for example.
Yeah. Well, we got a
You
Crystal
could say
Exarch
it's also
minion.
as...
And the Crystal Exarch was kind of done.
Yes, but the Crystal Exarch is the Catman. So that's my point, is that if you take onto a different approach to the character, perhaps you're done with a certain approach to the character. Doesn't mean that a different approach to the character couldn't have its own arc, you know?
Not wrong.
We do have a Hades minion, which is the one I want, but it's fucking 36 million gil, and I'm not going to get that in my fucking life.
Jesus Christ.
By the way, yes.
That's a lot of gil.
It's a lot.
Oh,
yeah.
that's a...
So we have, technically speaking, we have the ancient Hades and people there's minions. But I don't believe for a moment that the story is done with them. Like, at all. But then again, this requires a fair share of it. Not even with Hitler's. Hitler's maybe is more done, but he has a role to play in all this shit. Hades definitely has a role to play. Because if not, Dontrell wouldn't be bombarding everyone at every turn with him. And I actually realized that lots of the whole thing about Hades and Dontrell I didn't include in the whole 200 pages because we kind of I think Neil and I kind of already worked from that from the beginning. Mm-hmm. I do go a bit over it though. Now that I mention it. But yeah.
Oh, this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
No! You know something we don't have?
What's that?
You know something that we don't have?
What's that?
A Themis' minion.
True. Do we have a La Habrea one?
No.
Ah. Well, I know La Habrea's story is done.
I suppose. Themis, well.
Oh, I kind of think he's done too. That is not what I wanted. I want to say Hades appeared before Final Fantasy IX, but I can't verify that.
I know he appears in 7. He's one of the summon. He's a summon in 7. But and then there's the whole thing with 11 Hades, which Arden could tell you more about him. I'm supposing yes, could.
Treasure this way. Wow, lots of treasure. More mimics.
So, if you're not reading Dontrell symbolically speaking, visually, thematically, you're going to miss how present really Hades is in Dawntrail. Like, we only get like the blatant glimpse in living memory, and even then it's not exactly something everyone would pick up, because it relies not on people telling you, but you have to pick up visual cues and thematic cues. But I've seen people picking up the living memory. What people are not picking up, it's in the rest, and it's everywhere. Especially when the expansion, it should be a dead ringer that the theme of the expansion is siblings and twins.
I mean, 14 has twins littered throughout the whole thing, not just the expansion.
Yes, which should tell you a lot.
I got this asshole's diamond ore so he can go propose, and I hope she spits in his face and crushes his dreams. Been like, call this a diamond? Got him the worst diamond ever.
Ever, TM.
Ever. If someone else were to ever get a diamond this bad, they'd be able to trademark it, and no one else would be able to get a diamond that bad, because then it would be copyright infringement.
What is it?
Enjoy, asshole. Alright. Have I been earning SPP? Yes. Yes, I have. But is this better than the one I have? How do I compare? I don't know.
Fuck around and find out.
Alright. Attack by 3, attack by 5. Wait. Attack by 42. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
What have I been doing with my life? Been going around with underdeveloped weapons. Okay. Holy shit. Alright.
So,
now the dudes of war.
Cope.
Yes.
Good work.
So, Cope,
Yes.
if you want to keep pursuing the rabbit hole, which is, I suppose it's inevitable, I think... Oh, that's my cats.
That's what happens.
Chasing after one another. I think 800 Calamity Hades is going to be, well, 800 Calamity is going to be next expansion, right? But that's not going to be the... It's going to go back to our Hades, so to speak.
Okay.
Think of it like the Catman in 5.3.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, maybe you're expecting me to elaborate more. I can't realize. So, you can basically record everything I say and think and be like, and then afterwards laugh at me, or either you will have to bow down to me.
One or the other. There is no in between.
No, there's no in between here.
Okay. Right.
But I think that Assemble Calamity Hades will perform a sacrifice of sorts, and his memory of what we learned in the 8th Umber Calamity is the thing we're going to have to pass to our Hades.
See, here's my thing. 8th Umber Calamity, okay, great. They're getting ready for the 9th. They might try and execute it, they might not. I think they're going to, so going back to that Ultima video, the way, if I were one of the writers, is I would work this in by maybe rejoining the 9th, maybe not. But basically the point is the Ascians discover that Ultima has basically been using the Ascians to rejoin herself. And by doing so, has gotten more powerful and then starts corrupting the Sundered Ascians. And Emmett Selk then says, okay, this is something we cannot handle. We need the Warrior of Light, but the Warrior of Light is dead. What did the Catman do? Let's follow that trail.
Yes and no. It would. Sorry.
I'm just saying, if that was me, that's how I would structure it.
I mean, of course, but. Fuck. Sorry.
I'm gonna start this.
I sneezed and I forgot. Yeah, go. Yeah. Okay. Ultima. So, lots of this hinges in if Ultima is an entity that can be sundered, or if she even existed as in order to be sundered. This, I admit, requires a lot of speculation here, and I'm relying a lot on the concept of cognition that Ineas brought up the other day. But I think that's the key here.
Why don't you put down the knife?
If Ultima was erased by the ancients,
Time to get to what's good
well,
is done.
of course, erase ancients, whatever. I actually realized I haven't gone into that on stream, whatever. Don't think that much about that.
You need a blurred stream where you just get on, you just start talking, and you don't stop for like 3 hours.
I'm not sure people would be up for that.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It'd be out there. That's what matters.
I'm rooting for you.
We're
I
counting.
don't know if that's a good thing or not. But anyways.
Akina's missing again.
So,
where could he be?
Where's the man with the
To
machine
think
gun?
that he would flake out
Or
before
the
this
machete gun.
mission. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he'll be back soon.
My, aren't we the eternal optimist?
Flattery won't get you anywhere.
It's not flattery.
Oh, found you.
What now?
Oh, come on. Don't get all uptight. It's a genuine order.
Well, what's it say?
The troops engaging the Imperial forces to the west need reinforcements. The order is to send some members from Class 0.
Of course.
I would bet even just 3 of you could take out a whole platoon. They're counting on you. Oh, by the way, I'm on the Eastern Line, so maybe we'll meet in the skies.
Good luck to you.
Give me a sec.
oh, Judeka.
Okay. Ah, battle at the big bridge. Excellent. And Concordia. From Final Fantasy 1.
No. The Concordia was not from Final Fantasy 1.
What was it? What am I thinking?
Cornelia.
Cornelia, you're right.
It sounds similar enough.
I can't believe this is still chapter 5. Let's see. It is very weird that Machina's just been gone for half the game. Or at least this chapter. I refuse. Does look familiar. Ooh, what's this?
Rubrum enacted a two-front operation in response to the joint Militesi-Concordian invasion. The Dominion
One of my
Air
favorite
Fleet
cutscenes,
was
that's it.
dispatched, carrying the majority of the cadets to engage the Concordian main fleet. The two military forces collided above the Strait of Giudecca near their shared border.
That should be good. I love the grainy footage. The crimson wings instead of the red wings. So Rubrum is, yeah, super outnumbered.
The battle began with a breath attack by Soryu, an Azure Dragon Lassie. Taking advantage of the confusion in Rubrum's ranks, the Concordian Vanguard units, Ascension and Fury, initiated combat. Rubrum's 7th Autonomous Summoning Platoon called upon Bahamut to come forth and retaliate.
Damn.
Regrouping, the 11th Autonomous Summoning Platoon also joined the fray, summoning Odin. With the aid of the Eidolons, Rubrum's forces succeeded in repelling Concordia's vanguard.
A lot of dead dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bahamut.
However, even as the mighty Eidolons continued to repel the Concordian forces, they were engulfed in Soryu's breath attack.
Gotta kill that dragon.
This instigated Vermilion Bird Lassie Shuyu to engage the Azure Dragon Lassie. The clash between the Lassie turned the uncertain conflict into a battle of attrition between the conventional forces of both nations.
Incoming enemy unit confirmed. Prepare the autocannon.
Okay, let's see if this segment of the game reminds you of something that happens in Dawn Trail.
Target's at 5 o'clock. Don't let even one get close.
That's it?
Yes, the train.
Yeah.
The dragon has reached the stern. It's coming aboard.
All men, get that dragon off this ship.
No more dragon.
We've engaged a 5-star dragon. Send help at once.
Concordian troops approaching from starboard. Be careful.
That's the right spot.
All hands, fire the magic autocannon. Hurry!
There's no end to the dragon. It's like they've mobilized their entire military.
Now, while you're slaughtering dragons,
yeah,
I will ask you a question. Though.
Yep.
Well, not a question, exactly. What would you say?
Oh shit.
Oh.
Well, that's not good. I should probably move.
Got to be kidding. Fire! Fire!
So,
What would I say?
question. What would you say if I believe if I said that I believe the Scions are corrupted by Ultima?
I would ask why you think that.
Okay. There are multiple instances of their constant echoing of the heal thing in Dawn Trail to the point that sometimes it can be downright unnerving. And this is something actually Neil and he actually brought that up after one comment from Fal. Remember the other day, perhaps a couple days ago. And Neil and I went discussing if we got the same impression for that. And we sort of went down the rabbit hole as for if that were the case, and Ultima would have been tainted the science for Hydaelyn, how and when, right? I was thinking of, well, everything that happened, because the Scions don't, except for Kryl, the Scions don't have the echo. So you could say that they may have been
Oh yeah, that's right. The Concordian
affected
army
in
controls
another way,
monsters.
in some other way. And
Then we
the
defeat them.
instance I reached, which actually, thematically speaking, makes sense, is is Hydral's spell for bringing them bringing them back in Ultima Full.
Okay. Do you think that's what corrupted them?
Yes.
Okay.
I say it would make sense, thematically speaking, because if this is an arc that is going into the relevance of death, that act was an act against death. We brought the Scions back. That's the first. That's bringing back the dead is the first act. Is the first thing you have. You should not do in alchemy.
Yeah,
There's a
and to
big
be honest,
taboo about that.
I would love there to have been some sort of consequence from that, because that whole segment really annoyed me.
So you could say Hades and Hippodeus were kind of brought back in the same way.
Yeah, but they weren't brought back to life. They were just souls.
And they went back to the live stream after that. So if the underworld cleanses Ultima's tempering or tinkering, then they're in that aspect they should be clean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going by the notion of tempering that we have.
Right.
So that could be a cleaning aspect of, well, the whole thing. Even though I think it gets more complex than that, but let's just move aside from that. In which case, if the Scions are indeed corrupted by Ultima, there's only one way known to us aside from killing them to cleanse them, and we know that from Pandemonium.
Yeah.
That is basically an Alexander Asian with a full glyph.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's how La Habrea, well, he doesn't
And
really... He basically fixes hegemony.
Hegemony. Yeah. Yes. And but in our yeah. But in our timeline, we have basically killed them all. So we don't have any anti-Ultima thing.
I mean, we've got the Porxies, which essentially serves the same purpose.
Yes and no. The Porxies work against tempering corruption of the ether. But if Ultima is tied to cognition, then it's not doing... It's not something they can cleanse.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, so lots of this hinges on the knowledge of the Scions and their understanding of what tempering is.
Right.
Lots of it comes from the tempering being a shift in ethereal alignment. But then we get to Pandemonium and we learn that what is essentially tempering doesn't have really an elemental alignment.
Yeah. That's true.
And if it was something that was, is actually part of Primal Zodiac design, as corrupted by La Habrea, because, well, he absorbed Hephaestus, that means that the sign has also passed into Hydaelyn, because the Venat's group stole Zodiac's blueprint to create Hydaelyn.
True.
What
the hell?
all of this actually fits. That's the problem Neil and I have been. It's not exactly a problem. It's part of the brain melt. The fact that this fits, it makes sense as to why the symbol of Ultima, or well, perhaps not the symbol of Ultima, but that sigil that appears in P12S appears in Thalia.
Yeah, that made me raise an eyebrow, for sure. And I think that should be a short that we make. I think that would fit really well.
I would say, I mean, shorts, yes. For a short, yes, but to go into the implications of that, that's not certainly a short video.
No, it's not. But it should be like, hey, what does this mean? You know? Because it's really something that made me raise an eyebrow. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Why is that even there?
I'm still kind of amazed, baffled at the fact that I stumbled upon it for pure chance. I just happened to move the camera as I was groaning in disgust at having to run Thalia. I was like, what?
Right. How do I get out of here? Oh. Maybe I should check my map.
Maybe.
Oh, I see you're still alive. Well, moving on, there's a tough critter up ahead, and it's preventing some of our forces from joining up. What do you say to lending them a hand on your way?
Request confirmed. Class 0, go and assist the survivors.
All right. There are still survivors, right?
Let's go.
Tintin asks, would a regulator work against tempering? It depends if the tempering, I would think, affected the soul inside the regulator.
Okay then.
Send out the shock brigade! Send the beasts!
So you see, the regulator may well be what is keeping the people of Alexandria, I mean, from becoming thralls to Ultima.
Do we know they're not, though? Like, they don't necessarily have to be thralls to be manipulated.
Or thralls, it was a form of speaking, basically. No. Corrupted, if you want to. But
I want to kill this thing, but I can't.
The problem is, this is what we see working in Alexandria. But if the Alexandrians got this technology somehow, so here's this thought. Consider it or discard it, I don't mind. It's kind of like a wild thought, okay?
Okay.
But if Alexandria was a testing field for preservation, and they indeed come from the Eighth Emerald Calamity, then Alexandria was basically their testing grounds. Their stated preservation was stated to haul ass somewhere. They disappeared. So, if Alexandria was their test field, then what says they haven't created a world that in their own timeline that is not using regulators for all this stuff, which would be much more fucked up. They could have been recreated Line Return's world, and that's fucking scary.
I mean, they essentially kind of did. Where there really is no death, except for natural death.
Yes, but what if they could have also gotten away with that one? And that brings me back to the hypothesis of they using electrope, quote unquote, to radiate light as a manner of protecting against the ancients. But if the light is affecting their bodies in the same way that perhaps the Levin sickness does the people of Alexandria, does that mean it would stop their aging? This, I know, it's all speculation, but I see themes. My job in the team is seeing themes and collecting themes.
Right.
Withdraw!
I won't miss. You're mine.
And as I was telling Mila, all in all, if all of this is wrong, I could just, if I could just compilate all of my groundwork for why and how I reached this conclusion, go up to Square Enix, drop over 200 pages on them and be like, hire me. I mean, it's something,
Yeah, Tintin, we could do that.
What?
So, as for the conflict, I think that will be happening in the 8th Umber Calamity, which is something I had to give it a good thought as for why and how we would be required, because usually we don't usually get involved into messes if they don't affect the source, so to speak.
Right.
So
that
the
doesn't
thing
mean
about
we won't, though.
yeah, but you get what I mean. Especially if we were going to ally with the Asians, that would require a bit of a need, perhaps. I mean, I don't think it's. There's so many. That's actually minor details. Minor details are not my thing. But I think the key is preservation and the thing that Kryle's parents tell us, that they basically attempted to rob other worlds of ether, right?
Right.
So what if this is a scary thought, maybe cursed. What if, in order to sustain their world, the source, they ended up not rejoining the shards, but actually eating them, and they ran out of energy, and after they ran out of energy, they started praying in other timelines.
So, yes, but we don't have evidence that they had found any other shards yet. We know that they tried, but we don't know that they actually succeeded.
There's a lot of that we don't know that succeeds. What we know is very limited.
Yeah, and like we don't even know if living memory is on another shard, because if it is on another shard and there's still life on that other shard, as soon as that barrier came down, they're gonna come exploring and saying, "What the fuck is this thing that's sucking up all our ether?"
Let the beasts handle this. We must leave this place.
You know, the first patch will be very interesting MSQ wise, because there's a lot of unknowns right now. So, like, we can fill in some gaps and try and speculate, but until we get more information, there's not a whole lot we can do. And that sucks. I do not like these things. What the hell? There's a bunch of them on the tightrope.
I mean, of course, I am well aware that all of this is speculation, so... But again, that's my job. That's basically...
But I love that we can do this. That's the thing. I love that they've left all this open-ended questions, and we don't know what the hell's going on, which is a fantastic place to be, in my opinion. I like the music in here. Like, I think the very fact that we cannot stop talking about 14 right now is a really good sign.
Let's
And
get out
I'm
of
really
here.
excited for
Fast.
what's coming. Yeah, it's kind of, Tintin says, reason Electrope might be a result of the Asians was because they were introduced to the world in their most dire need, and they used the Electrope to create a weapon of mass destruction. It's possible.
Yes, but you know, now that I think of that, that's actually an interesting. That's also another. You can parallel that to Oversight.
You can, and I can't help but wonder if Electrope was created by Oversight, because the same with Black Rose, humanity created Black Rose. The Asians just kind of hijacked it, and I kind of feel personally the same way about Electrope, where it was this thing that the Asians didn't know where it came from. It was kind of annoying because it delayed the rejoining, but ultimately it was something they could use. But the question then becomes, well, if the Asians didn't introduce it, where did it come from?
No.
Holy shit.
There. This should.
I hate these things. Like a lot. Okay.
I mean, yes, in terms of the 12, I think it's one of these cases in which Electrope, quote unquote, in which Electrope, well, basically could be used for one thing, then it would use for another thing, and all that stuff. But I think we limit ourselves into thinking. That's the thing. It's my gripes about thinking inside box.
Mm-hmm.
If we're going to keep thinking inside box as following what's already been established,
Mhm.
that's a crucial mistake.
Okay.
Which is, I would say, expand your horizons, so to speak, if you want. Expand your horizons and think outside the box. Think about, okay, but what if this would defy? Because I see a lot of people, of course, when people discuss about the whole thing about the Asians, most people would immediately think about what a new threat or what plot could be.
Bring ill
anyways.
tidings.
Yes. As to the areas where the wardens are assigned to fight, we've been able to maintain our position. But as for the other areas...
Which area is suffering the most casualties?
Region 3 to the south. The red demons have been spotted there.
We cannot allow that area to fall. Evacuate the injured, and all soldiers below rank 2. I will face the enemy!
See that? Let's see brand.
Mm-hmm. So this is something crucial too. The fact that the class heroes refer us to many nations as the Red Demons.
Yeah. She's tempered. Kill her.
We've encountered an enormous dragon. Is it eating? Ah!
Well, that was
It's all up to you.
I'll make you proud.
interesting. The whole tonal shift there. Someone dying and then Kupo.
Ah! No! Don't eat me!
What are you waiting for?
No! The air shadow!
This way, this way!
Is that a 5-star dragon? But that mean...
What does that mean?
A little faster, please. Hurry it up! Hurry! Watch out!
What? This should...
A little faster, please!
So,
Hurry it up! Hurry!
if you want more cursed thoughts,
Okay.
Hurry it up!
that way
Hurry!
of putting it. So, imagine a world in which aging has been stopped.
Right.
So, suffused by processed, even perhaps radioactive light, that it's effectively stopped
There's more of them?
the vital process in living beings.
Mm-hmm.
They just keep coming.
If monsters do not die, what happens?
They just... Well, if monsters don't die and people don't die, then everyone just continually tries to kill each other.
They're here?
No, what happens when creatures live up until a certain age?
Oh, they become, oh god, what's it called? Auspex.
Auspices.
Auspices.
Or Tural withdrawal.
Right.
Can you imagine a world filled by Tural withdrawal?
That would be really interesting to see. I greatly dislike these
So it could be a world in which basically it could be a world in which effectively it has become a form of cocoon.
Right.
But I wouldn't say think of it as cocoon as a whole, but perhaps the cities themselves have become each one a little cocoon on its own. And by extension, little Norbrats, which would be ironic as fuck. So Neela actually, when I explained this to Neela, he actually brought up something really interesting to me.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that in Dawn Trail, instead of the Algan pieces that we get for money in the quests, we are getting Night World
Correct.
pieces, which are the same subscription from Shadowbringers. Night World is a double Night World in Shadowbringers would have mean the night that we bring to the first.
Correct.
But in this context, it could mean to eternal light, to the world of eternal night. And I'm not actually talking about a night with stars. I'm talking about that's actually the name of the music theme for Solution 9, Starless Sky.
Good luck. I got this.
Glad I bought all these potions. Oh, fuck. Look at this. What a bum. I know it says burn. It looks like bum. Not good. Oh, we're dead. We're all dead.
Next.
Killed all of us. Oh, I'm supposed to die. Okay. Yes! This is what I wanted.
Final Fantasy Type-0, making Kaiju Eidolon battles
Right.
cool before Final Fantasy 16. I mean, the battles in 16 are cool as fuck, but...
Oh, they're great. They're super cinematic, which I love. I'm guessing you should have been knocked back at some time.
You can use Mega Flare, by the way.
I tried.
I think it's one you have to charge.
Yeah, I tried.
Oh.
It wasn't working. There we go. Now eat her! That's a lot of Bahamut. Not so much for her. GG easy. B. How dare. Ooh, fire missile. Get a new bow for Trey so he can be even more useless. Saw him standing around doing nothing while those stupid cannibal zombies were trying to eat me. Oh look, the sun.
That was quite an intense battle.
If we fall, we're dead anyway, aren't we?
Yeah, so don't fall.
You made it? Hold tight. I'll extract you.
You're back. I owe you one.
Now, if I'm not wrong, we have a battle on a big bridge.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Lord Shuyu's got that huge dragon in check. Now it's a battle of endurance.
How is the main force doing?
They've got Lady Setsuna on their side. The Empire's probably running scared.
Hey, chapter 5 is done. Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that it says beginning.
Terra Mortis. Kalia's decision.
Well, shit. Another cutscene!
The first Battle of Judeca waged on along the Rubrum-Concordia border. Rubrum forces maintained the advantage with valiant efforts from its cadet forces. Meanwhile, Rubrum's second force, deployed to the Militesi border, was failing to hold back the Imperial forces, which greatly outnumbered them.
Well, yeah, they just stood in front.
The Dominion's ground troops are still retreating. Our warships are hardly damaged. Our foot soldiers are moving forward.
And the Concordian front?
Rubrum is putting up a good fight. They've not made any headway.
The Concordian army is weaker than I thought. I had slightly higher expectations of them. Inform me of any changes at once.
Sir!
On this front, however, the Dominion is far too weak. Furthermore, this 108th Brigade, organized under Marshal Sid's command, includes many former Imperial officers. It can't be a coincidence. That being the case, this battle...
It's a trap!
...will not aid me in my goal to climb up the ranks. All right, go.
Sir. Is that the new Lassie? He suddenly came out of nowhere. Where was he hiding?
Is something wrong?
No.
Are you bothered by it?
Machina, why?
All assigned units, head to your designated locations when ready.
Medic! Move! Let the engine through!
Deets and fuckers.
More,
We've lost contact
more
with
thoughts?
03 Battalion.
You want to,
No
me to
units
share?
have reached the bridge as of yet.
Not yet, but
Get going!
Machina...
What are you doing?
Follow the
Didn't he
plan.
not
There
have
is no retreat.
abilities?
I won't go down without a fight!
Break through here?
Like,
Is that really possible?
Like, I didn't think he could use magic.
I mean, he could use magic, yes. It's not his specialty. He's particularly good with weapon, especially his twin rapiers. But magic is Ren's specialty by far.
Right.
And when I said sharing thoughts, I meant as in for team.
Ah. I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode, where I feel like I have no idea where they're going to be going with it, but I feel like, as far as general structure goes, I think they might be going in a different direction than what you said. I think it would be really cool if they do go in the direction you say and pull in the 8th Umbral era, because they really need to. Because there's a lot there that is just kind of hanging that needs to be resolved.
You really do need to finish Type-0.
I'm working on
so
it.
I can, so I can give you this stupid file.
Hammer. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't bring right. Oh, I can still bring her. Okay. I'll bring everyone. Let's go. My team ranged, fuck you. I don't know why they do that. They ask you who you want to take, and then who do you want to take again. I'm not quite sure what to think of that. And then a third time, who do you want to take? It's like, okay. I refuse.
Class 0, commencing maneuvers.
Adolin, Bahamut joining battle. This is O3 Composite Company. We're fighting a defensive battle with walls. We can't move forward. Enemy jammer activated. Air defense for 2, 3, 4, and 9 incapacitated.
They're putting on quite a show.
Are those new models?
You mean the Empire's
I remember this guy.
too? Get ready for a hard battle.
He went down
He went down a lot easier here.
like a walker.
MA's approaching first line of defense. Hang in there until backup arrives.
They're here! Are you ready? If this place falls, it's all over. We have to hold out until help arrives.
There are so many of them. I'm starting to get tired of this.
Good news. Now there are
I
less.
can hear the ground shaking. How many are there?
This was a PSP game. Oh. Voice acting's a little rough.
Can't hold up.
The playing is so bad that they just die. It's great.
Can you read the question? Because your avatar is kind of blocking
Yeah.
half of it.
Yeah, she does that. I got a question. How related to each other are the
I'm sorry,
Goblin
but
who
you're the
worship
only
a time
one who
traveling
knew anything
Alexander
about the jammer.
and the Moblin who live really close to the golden city of Alexandria?
Yes. The Empire's jammers are ineffective on us.
I mean, so the ones that worship Alexander are the Illuminati.
Yes.
Not so much.
Which I believe right now there are retroactively written meta-narrative.
Don't let Zero have all the glory.
I know it sounds like a mouthful, but I can explain a bit what I mean with that. I know as the way I said it sounds like what? So the Illuminati really don't have. So Quick Things makes it appear as if he is intervening with time itself, and he knows the future, and the Illuminati have been chosen. But in truth, all he's doing is reading from the journal from Backribs.
A journal that our team wrote.
So the Illuminati are also extremely similar in concept to the Charlatans. The Illuminati taken to that extreme, perhaps, but the Charlatans have also this infamous penchant for hoarding knowledge and being extremely aggressive to anyone who dare share this knowledge. The Illuminati basically are based in keeping all the knowledge to themselves, to the point that even sharing cheese recipes like
The Gabi cheese.
Riflocks is considered a high crime. So my point is, I believe this is a retroactive meta-narrative in that this could well be, because I suspect Charlatan involvement in the whole shebang of the Eighth Emerald Calamity. Because I've seen Charlatan aesthetic elements in the Stray Borough Deadwood, in the manor.
I hate that place.
I think they made it this far.
I know, but I took the liberty of exploring the place a bit, and I found really unnerving similarities in architecture and aesthetic to Charlatan. So, if the Charlatans have anything to do with this, then things get creepy. And if going by the journal, so here is, I think this is tied to my. I know it's a theory, but I think there's more to the aura site than just that. I'm sure, but I also believe that the aura site works like an oracle drive for our Asm.
We've lost contact with 04 Composite Company. They've been confirmed dead. 01 here.
And by that I mean that Asm or our Asm, I must stress, because we're used to call our ancient self, the Warrior Flight's ancient self, we tend to call them Asm.
Yeah.
But Asm is not their real name. Asm is a title.
Yep.
So lots of that hinges on this. So we call them Asm out of convenience, but Asm is not their real name. Of course, the real name is very likely going to be left to the player, of course.
Like Emmett Silk and Hades.
I'm headed out.
Exactly.
You men come
Which I
with
think
me.
is crucial too. I mean, I'm already in the habit of calling him Hades. I know for the sake of simplicity for the fanbase, it's easier to call him Emmett Silk. But I think it's going to be a point to... The thing about the title is going to be a point. It's going to play an important part.
I didn't realize they have big Magitech armors like that in this game. That's awesome.
Wait! Enemy reinforcements are coming from behind. You'll be caught in a crossfire.
It's okay. I have a flute. I'll be fine. Yeah, it's very possible they just migrated from Tyrol. Or, sorry, to Tyrol.
Just be split up.
I don't know. We don't know a whole lot about the goblins. But they're definitely related. I just don't know how.
I think I wouldn't think for the time being. I wouldn't think about that so much as to the fact that it's basically illustrating a point that even so far apart, they all share a common ancestor. Which is a theme that's inevitably going to be part of this arc.
Yeah, I mean, across shards as well. It's the same thing. They share a common ancestor and a common source point.
Yes.
Come on, pick up the pace. Let's go.
To the right.
The Dutes of War.
What I'm basically saying is, of course, I don't want to be the one to. Also, here you have. Those are corals, right? Yeah,
they're little corals.
Yeah,
they're dead.
So
they're dead corals now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something. Yeah. It's fun to speculate on the levels of shards and Ronka and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I think also that I don't really want to say that you guys are missing the point, because that's not exactly true. Sometimes more often than not, as they say, the devil's in the details, and I could say that these details are helpful for those who read things on a major macro level scale, because sometimes we miss the little details as we kind of look too much into the future, right? So it's also a necessary part of all of this. But I would also advise you guys to not get stuck in the immediate thing of the scale of things. It's important, yes, it's part of all of this. But yeah, I don't know if it makes sense what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's missing the point. I think it's
no, not really. I don't really know. So my problem sometimes is I don't find the right words for expressing what I'm trying to say.
I have let you all down. Glory to the Militesi.
I'm trying basically to explain why I find so difficult to engage in our channel's speculation right now.
Oh, I know. You're focused on a lot of more thematic things and trying to tie themes you're finding here into other things that you're familiar with. And so, like, minutia of, you know, a specific group and, you know, how one came to be part of another. I get it. It's fine.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to take away that fun for everyone else. It's just that right now I feel like if I engage into it, well, anyways, that's important.
Watch carefully.
The time has come upon us.
Neela, Meowth, you need to think bigger.
For you.
Oh,
Do you, above all else, swear fealty to the vermilion bird crystal and obey its will?
Absolutely. All defenders of the vermilion bird standing on this battlefield have sworn that oath.
Charlene Doubter. Charlene propaganda.
Let us now.
No joke about that, honestly.
Send your magic energy to Lady Setsna.
Freed of the wedge, the gears start to turn. One by one by one.
Defend the bridge until Lady Setsna
So this scene, I mean the sequence, not the scene, because the scene is divided in two.
Right.
But it's extremely important.
You guys rock!
I get that impression. Especially Lady Setsna.
Man, they never let up.
Also, yes, I see.
Is that the Empire's giant turret?
I'm not really saying you need to think bigger. If anything, I can handle that myself, so you guys don't have to be labeled as madcap and crazy. But when it comes to engaging in speculation with the community, it's definitely not, it doesn't help. It means that you're operating on a different level that doesn't have to be better or worse than that. you know.
Yeah, you're just approaching
just
it from
different.
a different angle.
Yes, but it makes difficult to engage because people are going to say you're far-reaching, because they're going to say you're seeing things, that they're going to say that well, it's all copium, so much for evil is copium.
That's why we operate as your filter.
Be careful.
That's fair.
Located in that area. Provide backup for Type-0
Copy. We're on our way.
We're the ones who need backup.
Sorry, Class 0. It's gonna take us a while. You'll have to stick it out.
The problem is that I said I was fully prepared to eat crow when I started going down the stupid Ultima flowchart hell, and it came, and Dontrell came, and it creeped me out a lot, in a sense of how. It creeped me out, and at the same time it one-upped so many things that I just vaguely suggested, not thinking, not even considering that they would go down that path. Because as you surely imagine, Final Fantasy 13 fans are not used to, well,
being fed.
Recognition. Yes.
And you gotta hold up.
But that's putting it lightly.
I like how they just run in.
Like, for example, another question I can pose to you. What would you say if I said that I believe that they're going to revisit the theme songs for the expansions in reverse?
Okay. I don't know why they would, but I'll entertain it.
Okay. So think of the musical themes for each expansion like path forward, okay?
Right.
We went from answers into into Dragon Song, into Revolutions, then Shadowbringers,
right,
which is notably the only theme of all the expansions in which the theme song for the expansion is the same name of the expansion. Then Footfalls, and then Open Sky. Okay, think about that. Okay, so think of Shadowbringers as the crossroads, like I said before.
Right.
So we go from answers to Heaven's Dragon Song to Revolutions, and then we reach Shadowbringers. And then we take one path. We would take the quote-unquote Hydaelyn path,
right.
and that leads us to Footfalls and Open Sky. Now imagine we have to retread the path because the path we walked is a dead end of sorts. We will have to retrace the path, grammatically speaking, to Shadowbringers. So I am expecting that the next path is also not going to lead exactly to exactly a satisfactory ending in the sense of story-wise. But we're going to still retrace the path, and after this is going to fail yet again, we're going to further retrace the path, and that would lead us to Dragon Song and the themes of Dragon Song. And after the expansion, the third and final expansion from the expansion is done, we're going to be back to answers, as in a realm reborn, a neo realm reborn, so to be precise.
Okay.
Then again, all of this hinges a lot on on Shadowbringers, but I truly believe Shadowbringers is the key. It's kind of amusing that they made Shadowbringers the core of it. Makes sense commercially speaking because Shadowbringers was their hit.
I mean, yeah, that's what brought everybody in.
Yeah. Shadowbringers is the hit, and I see lots of people are speculating they try to recreate Shadowbringers, and that's not true. They didn't try to recreate Shadowbringers, they reference in Shadowbringers, but there's a specific reason for that.
This is it.
Try this exercise! See ya! Try this exercise!
The way you put it, Neela, it sounds like almost as if I'm a danger threat for Square Enix, and I don't really think it's the case, but you know, I've already said before that I don't really think it's the case, and that was the last time I did that. It was with the flow. It was with the flow charts. So.
I like how we're doing this on what's ostensibly a Type-0 stream, so even if they're worried about 14 people figuring this out, they won't immediately ping their radar. I love it.
Down with Rubro!
This is it.
Ow!
The giant turret has been destroyed. Mission accomplished.
I would be really scared if they can, if at some point I find like Men in Black from Square Enix being like, how the fuck do you know these things?
You gotta stop hogging the spotlight.
Nah, I don't hold myself into so much of high regard. All I do is
Cognito, Anazar.
Good work.
Huh? What the hell is wrong with that one?
A compliment from me? Next, we'll be raining spears.
Try this exercise!
That's not what I wanted to do.
I'll keep screenshotting this tomorrow. What tomorrow? It's past 6 a.m. my time, but bah.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap after this mission for sure.
Yeah,
We'll
the
pick it up
good
tomorrow.
good place to stop would be after this mission, but the end of this mission is loaded, so there's that.
Class second has been annihilated. They reported an
It's
encounter
also
with some
my
entities, and
favorite
the signal
cutscene
was
of
lost.
Type-0.
Currently, Class 0 is the only class left, operating on the battlefield.
See ya!
God damn it.
Disruption and idol and maintenance.
Assassin's Creed is canonical to 15.
The abnormal energy across the battlefield.
What the
But you know
fuck?
something? You know something that I actually
Oh my god!
Yes.
Are you serious?
don't know. I don't know. I can feel it.
The strongest of spirits.
Leave nothing in my way.
If there's gonna be a big bridge, there has to be a Gilgamesh to fight on it. Like that's a rule. And the music.
Yeah.
I'm so happy right now.
This is it.
So Gilgamesh in Type-0 is actually lorelinesxiv from the nation that got Ultima nuked.
Okay.
And he's lost his memory. But yeah, it's still Gilgamesh. You have to have a version of Gilgamesh in a big bridge.
Clearly. Oh, that didn't work out. I should probably pull out some other squad members.
Crush him.
This will be easy.
So the thing I was saying before I got cut off by Gilgamesh is in themes, in terms of Ultima, the Convocation, Ivalice, and all that stuff that's been set up, it feels in hindsight, thematically speaking, awfully on point to have Final Fantasy 13 because yeah, the Zodiac is usually associated with 12 and Final Fantasy 12, of course. But the fact is that it's a running theme in Ivalice ever since Tactics that there's actually 13 Zodiac signs.
Right.
And Zodiac is the 13th. So thematically speaking, mixing 12 and 13 is... it makes sense if it... and mixing 13 and 14 in particular as well, because if you recall, how many days actually did the line returns left of the world?
13. With an extra 14th one.
Yes.
Give him all you got.
It's my turn.
This guy's a pain in the ass,
Crush him.
This'll be easy. Die for nothing.
Step aside.
There we go.
Dear Lord, over 9k views in the video and it's not even been 8 hours.
Hey, people want Ultima.
Yeah, I suppose they want.
Right after a dodge, every time.
I'm still, I mean, I'm not salty. I understand that that video in particular needs deep analysis, but I'm kind of a bit of like leaving out of that video the whole Bunivalsi thing, and it's like but I get that that requires more depth.
Yeah, and it's the whole Ultima influence Bunivalsi. And then it's not really... it didn't fit as neatly.
Step aside.
I mean, I would believe that Ultima was indeed an influence to Wimbledon, conceptually speaking. But at the same time, in turn, it came full circle with Wimbledon influencing 16 Ultima. To make sense, I think Tactics Ultima, perhaps 12 Ultima, influenced Wimbledon.
Yeah,
and then
but
Wimbledon in turn influenced 16 Ultima.
Right, but we're not talking about what influence.
Give them all you got.
I'll make you proud.
Yeah. But as of I mean, if I
got this one.
Step aside.
Again, this is speculation, but if my suspicions are correct, then we would be facing a mix between 12 Ultima and 16 Ultima, which makes sense, thematically speaking. The problem with Nova Crystallis, and 13 in particular, is if you don't have anyone who guides you through the lore, you're going to inevitably miss the finer details.
Right.
And the localization problem in Land Returns doesn't help a bit at all. It's a hindrance to levels that people don't even realize how much.
I mean, it changes the motivation of the entire game.
Yes, but right now in 14, it's going to blind people to the core reference that is hope. And I'm not saying this out of bias, because you know how important hope is.
Yeah.
He's bothering you, actually.
Kick my ass. Get up.
That was a nice chain.
Yeah. Only I could repeat it. Ah.
You know the thing? I'm just kind of, again, going over things, but if what I've told you, and I've told you just a fraction of it, is correct, and they're going to turn everything on its head, which you would say perhaps is a bold move, it's like really bold move. But I see the pointers and nags the hell out of me. They could potentially make a complete blast of an expansion and have it actually be based on Final Fantasy 13. I mean, Shadowbringers already was, you know, but... like...
I don't think they would do that, honestly. I think they would have one that was primarily 13. But the game pretty much already is rooted in 13 already.
It is, but so is in 12, and we're still getting 12 core themes.
Yeah, but it's less so in 12. Like, the foundation of the world is more 13. Now, the Asians and all of that is 12.
Yes, but I also suspect they were making them 13. Like, really, really, really suspect.
I'm out of potions. Time to use a medical elixir on one person.
There are so many meta ways to go over that actually. I don't really like going into meta outside game storytelling, but I can see it and I don't really know what to think about that. Like, you know, one of the meta things that I'm thinking about? That, it's very meta, but the new age of Final Fantasy has often referred to, or believed by the fan base of Final Fantasy to be like the downfall of Final Fantasy, right? And we have 14 being so celebrated and having all these classic Final Fantasy themes. But 14 at the core is part of Final Fantasy's new age.
Yeah, but it's
If
also
you
rooted in its old age.
Yes,
fucking finally.
But what I'm trying to say is this from a meta standpoint. This would actually
That's
require
about
more elaboration, actually.
Next.
Yes, it's a bridge. Actually a bridge, Neela. It's actually a bridge.
Yep, it is a bridge. It's a big bridge.
It's all Gilgamesh. That's it. Asem is Gilgamesh.
Stop. Oh, they're dying.
Yes,
Keep
they
at
are.
it. Concentrate.
Bearing the chains, forged by my axe, buried beneath the formless howl.
General, I'm picking up enormous magic readings in the Dominion camp.
I'm aware of it.
The Lassie is about to attack. The magic will rattle the atmosphere. But if we withstand this, the way will be open.
Unit 9, Unit 11, move to the rear. All other units forward.
Lassie, you stay with me until it's over.
Sure.
Oh, Machina, you're not fooling
Now then,
anybody.
what reprisal will be imposed upon us this time?
Lady Setsuna.
Oh, mate, you have no idea.
Crystal. Guide. The Dominion!
May I emerge sounding the cry of eternal torment.
The magic unleashed into the sky formed a massive portal, blanketing the Imperial force.
What the? It's a big one!
Alexander
Oh,
was summoned
shit.
through the glorification of thousands of cadets, commandants, and soldiers. Alexander's divine light decimated the Militesi border fortress and its environs.
God damn.
It's brutal, I love it.
Not only did the Divine Light attack leave the 106th and 107th Imperial Brigades invading Rubrum in tatters, it also devastated the 3rd Brigade, deployed to the rear of the border fortress.
Jesus Christ, 184,000. That's insane.
Only hours after crossing over Rubrum's border, the Imperial troops that yet survived fled back across the border into Milites.
The Imperial troops that just survived, and it's actually just General Bashtar and Machinet.
Yeah.
Nobody left alive.
You mean incognitus?
I mean, yeah, but we all know who he is.
To survive
He didn't
after
fool
this
anybody.
vast reprisal.
But this defeat is too great to overcome.
It's so obvious, I don't even bother with the spoiler.
Yeah. I like her. She's scary.
I see. So this is divine will.
Damn, they all died.
After a life of eons, it is finally over. I can at last see my destiny. I feel so cold.
Damn. Her too. And him. Shit. Everybody's dying. Fuck. Oh, she fulfilled her focus. Well, shit.
The Militesi force crumbled before Alexander, the Eidolon summoned by the Lassie Setsna, and began withdrawing troops from the border. Upon hearing the news, the Concordian forces in the east began falling back. Victory belonged to Rubrum on this day.
At this time, we have confirmed the
So-
total annihilation of Imperial troops in the west. However,
First of all, I
we
say
have also
that's
confirmed
my favorite
the
cutscene in
troops that
Type-0.
engaged the
That was
Imperial
pretty
forces
amazing.
have been destroyed,
Uh,
along with
it's
the cadets who came to the Lassie
Brutal.
Setsna's aid.
Second, Alexander is the verboten Eidolon, which is basically
According
a
to our scouts'
fancy
report,
way of saying.
she has sublimated, sir.
It's basically a
Gently
fancy way of
retrieve her
saying
and see that she is
it's
taken to the
Rubrum's
catacombs.
weapon of mass destruction.
Sir.
And a third, summoning a
glad that my
verboten
children
Eidolon
made it out
requires,
safely.
I don't actually know,
It
I don't
appears
actually remember
that
the number, but
Lady Setsna
lots of
has sublimated.
life energy
In
to
other
do
words,
that,
This is the
which
will
is
of the crystal.
an
Yes.
very interesting
In
parallel
all
to
things there is meaning.
the summoning of Zodiac, perhaps.
In all things, mourning will end. The only reason I serve is to fulfill my mission.
I'm counting on you.
Even though I heard the numbers, I just don't get it.
It's all buried in our memories. There's death all around us, but it doesn't sink in.
They say a lot of people died. This grave belongs to a man named Karasume. He was our commanding officer. But I can't even remember his face.
There it is.
So I can't cry for him.
Yeah, that scene is so familiar.
Wandering souls, for your respite we pray. Let our humble song clear your heart.
So this stupid graveyard, this is in Heritage Found.
Mm-hmm.
So walk on.
There's a side quest that takes you there.
That guides the way.
Our crying won't help anything.
We just need to remember that they lived here, in our world, in our time.
In our hearts, we will honor them as we continue to proceed forward. That's all.
Whew, okay. Well, I think that is a good place to call it for today.
Yes,
So.
because I do have to sleep, but we can continue tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely.
Which
And we will...
reminds me that I do have to put the alarm for us to not fall, fall asleep.
Okay. All right.
So-
Well, thank you everybody for joining us, and we hope you have a great night. We'll be back on tomorrow, finishing up Type-0, because there's only 8 chapters, and we're on chapter 7.
Also live episode, so there's that.
Yep, and we have the live episode on Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern, where we will be talking about the Arcadian. So have a great night, everybody.
Have a great